Y'all said you wanted it, so we got it. Now, before we go out here, I want to let you know, I don't know how this is going to turn out. Guys, I don't know what we're going to do with this thing, but it's here and it's in our possession, and we're going to see what we can do. Ooh, look at that. Here she is in all of her glory. Check it out. This is what you guys wanted, right? You wanted something rough that we don't have to worry about, you know, making pretty and putting paint and stuff like that on. Here you go. As you can see, this car has no dash, no nothing. So, yeah, that's what we got, guys. That's it. Couple pieces and parts in the back, nothing crazy. Your bracket for your steering column and all that. I don't even really know what all's in here. Dash stuff. Well, door panels aren't like the worst I've ever seen, or they probably wasn't at one point. Yeah, we do have a spot back here. We're not going to worry about stuff like that, guys. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you. So no speakers, roll up windows. So this was probably a 4-cylinder car, and somebody put an 8.8 in it. Back here, I'm not worried about any of this type stuff. We can fix all that and make it just decent. Decent, guys. We're not going for a perfectly straight car, but just something decent. Back glass looks good. See any issues there? The deck lid got some pretty serious rust. This thing still got the, yeah, I think it still got the tumbler in it. I had to stick a screwdriver in here and turn it. I think it's, yeah, it's locked. This side, now this side of the car looks pretty good. I mean, look at this. Somebody has beat the wheel wells out on the car. So either they had attempted to make this a race car, or at one time it was used as a race car. I don't really see any signs of anything crazy going on. Oh Lord, the radiator support is jacked. Check that out. The hood's straight on this thing. The front bumper's all, yeah, it is what it is. And I'll bet you money somebody tried to pull this car. Yep. Somebody tried to pull the car right there, so that's what crushed that. But I would probably just straighten that out for what we're trying to do. We'd be good to go. Now, here we go up in the engine bay. Okay, so it's ratchet strapped down. So we'll have to get up in there and get that down. Let's see what we got. 8.8. Other than that, I mean, it's pretty clean. Oh yeah, there's a fuel pump right there. So, hey, look at that. Is that a Holly Blue? I think that's a Holly Blue pump. I have to look at it and see, but yeah, so hell, if that pump works, there you go. Overall, I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. It could absolutely 100% be saved. And that's the question that we've got to ask ourselves. What is the goal with this car? I'm good with the rust. I'm good with all of that type stuff. That's no issue. That was the whole point of this car, was to get something that we literally could get running on an absolute shoestring budget, guys. I mean, used parts, whatever we can find. We will have some new parts. So just to clarify, if we choose to build this car or do something with it, sponsors will be involved. Now, somebody had this thing listed for $1,000. There's actually a phone number. Small block, probably Chevy. Let's see, I saw something up here. Fuel cell in back. Yeah, so it did have a fuel cell in back. Small block Chevy setup. Okay. Now the roof, there's a big dent in the roof up here. But I'll go ahead and tell you guys, that right there will pop straight out. Like, I can reach in from the inside and just pop that up. So that's no issue. All right, enough of that. You see that the car is rough. So here's my question to you. What do you want to see us do with this? I know a lot of people are going to say race car. And that's something that me and Andrew, he's in there, he's working on his stuff right now. So that's something me and Andrew have talked about. Maybe a race car, but here's the deal. It's not going to be a fast race car. It's not going to be fast at all. I mean, we're talking stock motor, E7 heads, I guess kind of like a 5.0 Tussin type.
But if you keep a manual in it, it'll still be fun.
Yeah, like Andrew said, if you keep a manual in it, it might, you know, it'll still be fun. So what do you want to see here? So one option that we have is stuff like this, like mismatched, you know, door panels, which these are Andrew's, but you know, we have mismatched door panels and things like that that we can throw in. We've got old parts over here galore, brackets and things like that. We got a brake booster and a master cylinder. Although that brake booster doesn't work the best, we could throw it in there and get it running. You know, valve covers. We got all sorts of stuff, right? And I got a shed out there that's full of crap too. Now over here, we've got the engine that came out of the gray car, the Carbon Fox. This is a running engine. All we got to do is clean this thing up, maybe re-ring it, and slap it in there. Throw a carburetor and intake on it. We've got some headers. As you can see, we've got exhaust. Yeah, see.
What's it called on there?
So it looks like they only had, I don't know which one that is, front or rear. I don't know, guys. It's pretty clean under here, though. I mean, I'll admit that. We can come up with something. I don't know. Maybe just an old school, you know, set of fatties and skinnies or something on this car, and just, you know, I don't know. We'll see. The issue really for me is it not having a dash. That sucks. Now we have a dash. So we have a dash in the white car. Remember? We could put some nice gauges and things like that in it, but
We should put some drag lights on it and a carburetor on it.
yeah, and just let it roll.
Yeah, we put one of the stock motors we got that are about wore out in it.
Really? Wah, wah,
We got
wah.
some mixing cups.
Yeah, we do have some mixing cups. So no filler neck and no nothing down here. So we had talked about putting a fuel cell in this car anyway.
Yeah.
And that may be what we do. But if we do, we'll just probably cut the bottom out, drop it down in there, maybe like a 8-gallon or something like that. Andrew, open that door and push up on that back. I bet you that'll pop right up. Probably. See?
Body man, baby.
We are over at the land in Georgia. And we're going to take a second and look at our parts card that we've got. Here's our dash. This is the main thing I wanted to look at. This does not look bad. Our steering column, we can use that as well. Clean it up. It's even got the keys to it, so that's pretty good. This front bumper's pretty messed up. We've got a set of headlights, so we won't need those. So all of this stuff right here can be reused. See all these brake lines that go up through here, windshield wiper motor. See, and this car still has the wiring harness in it. So that's actually a really good thing. Now, we're not gonna fuel inject the car, but with that being said, we can go ahead and keep this wiring harness that way for, you know, maybe later on we might, I don't know. But that means that we have the wiring harness behind the dash as well, so it's kind of plug and play. So that's actually a really good thing. And, you know, if we needed to cut like a patch panel out of this car for the spare tire well, we could do that as well. There's all of our straps that we're gonna need. So this thing's, yeah, definitely gonna be a good donor car. We do have this 351 and we could pull this thing out. I'm pretty sure it's probably locked up, but it might be worth saving. As you all know, this is gonna be a flat tappet engine though, so that wouldn't be too hard to go ahead and pull out. We got zip down here, making sure everything's good. That's what we got. We'll look this car over. I'll review the video footage when I get home just to kind of pick through everything. But looks like we've got a good amount of stuff that we can use off of this car. Is the filler neck still in here? Of course not. All right, let's get underneath this thing. Barely goes under it, but we got it. That's nice. Look, zero. Look at that, guys. Zero brake pads. That's, yeah, no brake pads, no nothing. Those tires are awesome. Get off me. Let's see what we got here. Oh, look at that. This side has brakes. Thank you, Memphis and Camley. Camley, even with your hot dog. Thank you for helping, baby. Welcome. Thank you, Memphis. I'm 16 years old. I'm not listening to none of y'all. I got some 500 grit sandpaper here, and I got some deep creep. Oh, he's doing it. Would you move out of the way? You do your own car. obviously this thing has been cut out for probably headers, small block Chevy. If I had to guess, I don't really know, but boy, they blasted that out. So there's your rear brake lines right there. See that? So they've just been cut and pinched off. That's, yeah, because that's what you do. Race car stuff, right? Underneath the car here, it's been beat and banged on for, there again, long tube headers. And got some homemade subframe connectors, or either, yeah, those are definitely homemade. As you can see right there, the cuts. But I respect it. You do what you got to do. We got a custom made cross member right here for your transmission. As you can see, I mean, you got your adjustable cross member here, so that's always awesome. But it does have an 8.8 in it, so that's good. Stock stock uppers and lowers, and Holly blue pump. From what I can tell, that's a blue. So yeah, cool. You never know, man. Maybe this thing will run. We'll put some power to it and see. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. Right here, I guess this is where they put their fuel cell up here, and they ran their lines out from there. Overall, oh wow, guys, check it out. I almost got my ass lit up. Look at that. They're sitting on go, buddy. That ought to work. They are not happy. They're definitely not going to be happy now. We're going to make stuff work, right? We're going to put shit in this car and make it work. That cross member, yeah, it may not have the cleanest cuts, and it's obviously homemade, but somebody put the work in, and obviously they made it work. So really, to take it a step further, all they had to do was clean it up and make, you know, the welds look good and the cuts look good. And hell, who's to argue, right? You can't argue with somebody if it works, right? So the whole point of this car is to do stuff like that. But you know, I mean, we'll make it look the best we can. But we're gonna take it from like a 16-year-old's perspective of like, I've got parts laying around this shop. Somebody just gave me this car. What can we make happen? And that's what we're gonna do with it. There we go. That's simple, right? You got to get this K member out, guys. I need to go ahead and put my K member in that I have in this thing. What I'm going to do here is pull K member, steering rack, everything out of this car. And we're going to put the old steering rack out of the Calypso in this thing. And then we'll like clean the whole car at one time with a pressure washer. We'll try to get this thing as you know, decent as possible. We're gonna put a little bit of pressure on the rear of this car. Yeah, see the car starting to settle back into itself. Okay, so I think we're out. Look at that, nothing dramatic. Come on, K member, act right. The reason why I went ahead and put this cross member in right now is because we want to go ahead and put this short block in as soon as possible. Get some weight on the front of the car and make sure everything's going to fit like we want to. That escalated really quickly, guys. We just got the Poop Coupe in here, and now we've got a K member. So I'm looking at this engine, and I'm thinking about like if I'm a 16-year-old. Look at this thing. Look at that. Now, if you were 16 years old, would you care about that? I can tell you, if I was 16 years old, I wouldn't give a crap. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this motor, this engine, we're gonna blow it out with some air. We're gonna get all this crap off of it, and we're gonna put it in the car. Now it's got a stock cam in it at the moment, but we're not running a radiator or condenser, so we can put a cam in it after we get it in. Depending on how motivated you are, you need to get the engine in the car. I want to get it in there for weight purposes, for displacement, and then let's go from there. As a matter of fact, one of you guys just stepped up and hooked us up with a set of Mac Shorty headers. I'm telling you, I mean, why not, right? So I'm going to go ahead and hook the hoist up to this engine, and we're going to drop it in. I'm 16 years old. I'm not listening to none of y'all. I got some 500 grit sandpaper here. and I got some deep creep. There's only one cylinder that needs it, and it's this one right here. Here we go. Ooh, I know you guys are just hating life right now. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing this. Oh, he's doing it. Before I show you what we've gotten done, I need y'all to remember how we're doing this car. Remember, we're 16 years old. We're using what we got. All right, so with that in mind, here we go. Would you move out of the way?
You do your own car. Do your own car. How about that?
I did. I pretty much did all of it.
Oh, you did all of it.
All right, so here we go. Ooh, look at that. So we do have the engine in the car, as you can see. Joe Nate brought by some motor mounts out of a Fairmont, so we went ahead and stuck those in. My new motor mount should be in tomorrow, so at some point I'll replace those. We put the A-arms off of the 4-cylinder K-member on this K-member. This is the one that we got out of the Calypso. So we had to use the 4-cylinder spindles because I don't have any V8 spindles at the moment. So that means 4-cylinder brakes, all that stuff. That's a smaller rotor. But we just went ahead and used that for now to get the car rolling. So here's the important note. Here's what we're gonna do next. V8 spindles, which we have on the parts car over there. So we'll take those off, put them on. We'll put some new rotors on. We did cut the springs, so that's done. And then we'll like upgrade everything kind of as we can go. Now, ultimately, this is going to be more of a track car that we beat on, but for right now, we're just using what we got, and we'll cut the rear springs as well. Let's take a look here. So this is what we got. Just got the old motor chilling in here. It is bolted down. We're going to put the heads on this thing in the next few days, and intake. We're going to change the cam out. I think for right now, we're going to run the B31 cam in this car with either stock heads or GT40s. We don't have a set of GT40s like right offhand, and I need to go ahead and seal this motor up because it's going to be sitting outside in the car. So we'll probably go ahead and put some 9333 gaskets on it, a B31 camshaft. All of this up here is going to be taken out of the white convertible. So brake booster, master cylinder, all of this stuff. The block for the brakes be taken out of that car, and the whole dash. Well, that's it, y'all. We got the old convertible headed back to the house. We're gonna put this thing on the lift and take all the stuff off the front of it. So, Memphis, thank you for video. Did you get your fingers all in the camera like normal?
A little bit.
I don't doubt it. Well, this is a specimen right here, y'all. This is what you want when you're looking for a fox body. Right here, look at that. Papa T, ain't that something?
That's a nice one.
So what we're gonna do is strip all the parts off this thing, and then we're gonna come back and try to restore this one with another parts car.
Yeah, right.
I had somebody ask, are you going to use all that old wiring? Yeah, we're going to use it all. Yeah. That fuse box, as long as no power has been put to it since it's been soaking wet like that, it should be fine. It doesn't even actually look that bad. I probably need to leave that damn seat over here. One less thing to worry about. I wonder if I should let the top down or whatever for aerodynamics. All right, y'all. Let's get this done. We're just gonna give this thing a push. Let it get started. Once we get that front tire off, just like that, we should be good to go. Just ease old girl down. Easy peasy, baby. It just hits a hard spot and doesn't want to roll anymore. Well, I'm gonna have to hook this thing up to the golf cart to get it moved around and in here. Anyway, I'll see you guys once we get it on the lift. Okay, so I wanted to go ahead and lift the car up just to look underneath it, see what we're working with. Believe it or not, this car it's not the worst I've ever seen for sure. It's got some rust and stuff, but mainly just in the floorboards from the water sitting from the top leaking. Let's go ahead and get the dash out of this thing, I guess. This isn't going to be a how-to on dash removal. So what I'll do is I'll just come back to you guys once we go to pull this thing out, and you can watch me, well, pull the dash out, I guess. Wasn't too bad to get that out. We'll go in, we'll get the frame and everything else out probably a little later on. But I'm probably just going to put it in there just like it is. I'm not going to try to paint it or do anything. That's kind of the whole feel of this. If we decide to later, we'll paint it. But yeah, there it is. So I've had some people ask, hey, what are you going to do with all that wiring? Are you going to reuse it, or what are you going to do? Yeah, we're going to reuse it as much as we can. I don't know if I'm going to put the heater core and fan box and all that stuff back up in there, but either way, we'll take what we need to out of it. So we'll just have to see how it goes. All right, guys, well, I'm going to finish pecking away at this thing and see if I can't get the dash completely out of it, and then we'll go from there. Pretty much going to wrap it up for inside of this car. I do need to take this little harness out that jumps across. It goes down here, so I'm going to take that out. The pedal, that's pretty much about it in here. Go ahead and show you, we do have the harness like out of the car now, so we're good there. So here's the engine harness. So a few little connections left there. And the only thing left to do is this headlight harness right here. So we're going to take that out, and that way we can have our headlights and all that stuff. Other than the spindles and some brake lines, we've pretty much got this car stripped down for what we need. Anyway, let's go out here and take a look at what we've got. As you can see, this car has been stripped completely out, but it's really clean though on the inside, especially compared to the other car. But I mean, they have stripped every harness in this car out, everything. And I'd like to put the body harness and everything back in the car. Now, whether we use it or not, it really doesn't matter. But I'd like to go ahead and get all that back in here. That way, if we do want to use it, we can. But man, this thing's actually really clean. So this is going to be a joy to work on. We'll rip everything out and kind of start from scratch with this car, clean it up. I am going to go ahead and jump on this and knock the rest of this harness out up here along the top. Get that done. And then wait on Andrew to get here. We'll go ahead and take the spindles off of this thing and the rest of the wiring harness and the brake lines. Should be able to get that done today. If not, by tomorrow, I'll have all this stripped off and I'll go ahead and take this car back. All right, y'all. Sorry we have not videoed, but I wanted to let you know that we did swap out the front end. So the spindles have been swapped out. So now the POOP COUPE has V8 spindles on it. This car now has 4-cylinder spindles and rotors. All right, so here's everything that we've got in the floor. It's a bunch of stuff. Got the HVAC system, the dash, the brace, and if we go out here, the POOP COUPE now has a full V8 front end on it. So it's got V8 spindles and the bigger rotors. So we're good to go on this car. Everything's in here. Like I said, you guys have seen before, we do have the engine in this thing. So yeah, looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Look at this. It literally looks like the inside of Andrew's house. Y'all check it out. I mean, this is... So what I want to do is show you all the parts that we got and give you guys some shout outs that sent parts in. So first off, we've got ARP bolts for the car. We need studs because we're probably going to spray this thing, but for right now we've got ARP bolts that came out of the red car. Next up, we've got a set of 9333 gaskets. So those are going to go on here pretty soon, and we'll more than likely leave these. That way, when we spray the car, because we're probably going to pop this thing with a 175 shot, and you know, something does happen, hopefully it'll only, you know, blow a gasket rather than having like cosmetics. You know, we can use those, but I would rather use a traditional gasket. Now, this is our first item sent from a subscriber. So Shannon Adams is who sent these. Thank you so much, Shannon. These are going to work out perfect, and this is the type of stuff that I want to put on this car when we can, right? Use parts from you guys. Things that you've either had on your cars and maybe you've upgraded and moved on to bigger and better things. That's what I want on this car. Eventually, this car will have, you know, bigger heads and things like that. We'll upgrade stuff, but right now we just can't. Josh Turner sent this. He's also got a little card on the back here. So Josh, I'm going to give you a shout out, brother. You sent the card, so I'm going to show it. I just don't know what to say. Let me tell you something about OG Superfly. He's been one of my biggest supporters, and he's got a YouTube channel. I'm going to put it up for you guys. I want you to go check it out. He does some really good visuals and things like that. He puts time and effort into his videos, and I just got to support him, man. He supports me. I'm going to support him. Brand new LX taillights. Brand spanking new. Isn't this the essence of what this car represents? Throwing a shelter up above this thing, like anything that you can, right, to work on it. So we're gonna go ahead and get started on the poop coupe today. I've already got one head off, and I'm gonna go ahead and take the other one off. Now remember, these heads were just stuck on there just to kind of, I don't know, as a placeholder. So I'm gonna go ahead and snatch those off. We're gonna get the gaskets on these things, get the new bolts in and get them torqued down. And then we'll at the very least today, get the intake put on it. And that way there's not a lot left to do other than just kind of build the front end of this thing. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I want to remind you guys of something. This is going to sound silly, but it's always best to have help if you're going to be installing or removing cast heads. So these things are extremely heavy if you don't know, even the ones for these little 302s. So this particular car didn't have any dowel pins in it. So these little pins are right here. They go inside of the head right here. So those things are what kind of keep the head from, you know, sliding around and shifting around. So when I pull this bolt out, this thing's going to want to fall. Yep, see how it slides on you? Without the dowel pins, it can hurt you for sure. It can take a finger off. So you can see here, we got some cleaning to do, but not a whole lot. It's not that big of a deal. So we'll go ahead and get this thing cleaned up and get our new gaskets installed. We will be running the 9333 gaskets, see what the heads look like. Bottom side. Yeah, not too bad. We got our 9333 gaskets, and normally I would put spray tack on these things or the copper sealant, but I don't want to do that this time because I feel like that they're not going to be on there that long, and I just don't want to have to deal with the cleanup. So here's something funny. I went from not having any dowel pins to finding like 8 of them. I want to remind you guys of something else as well. Make sure that all of this is clean and that these things fit in here correctly, because you can get some of these that are too long, and if you get a dowel pin that's too long, your head won't seal up. These heads can be extremely heavy, even to be just a little small block head. A lot of people don't think they are, but they are pretty damn heavy. And see, this is your worst fear, scratching up the gasket. So that's not good. but hopefully. All right, so now that we've got the head on, obviously we've got to get the head bolts in. And what I'm doing here is I'm just using some motor coat. It's a engine treatment, oil treatment that is absolutely awesome. I mean, seriously, if you guys want to, go check out Project Farm on YouTube and look at the video that he put out on motor coat. I think it'll make you a believer, trust me. But anyway, I'm not using motor coat for any particular reason other than that's what I just got on hand, and that's what we're going to use. Now, on the top bolts, I use motor oil, motor coat, whatever, something like that. And that just helps you get a better torque reading. So that's why we got that. Just so I can go ahead and show you guys how to do the bottom, how I do it at least. A little bit of RTV just around the end of it, and usually that works out really good. And it somewhat lubricates the hole as well. Bolts are dependent on getting their torque reading through really clean threads and smooth threads. Which, I mean, not that a stud's not as well, but it's just on top of everything rather than down inside. Anyway, you guys know what I mean? I don't know. I'm probably just confusing you. I've confused myself. Hell yeah, though. We're making some progress today. Old Poop Coupe will be fired up before you know it. Running hot and blowing head gaskets. So this one, look at this. It won't even turn, look. That's why people prefer studs over bolts, because now I'm going to get an inaccurate reading on this bolt, because obviously that thread, the threads in the block are not clean. And there again, you know, I hate to say it, but that's a benefit of studs. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and torque this head down. And the reason why I'm going to go ahead and do this one now and fully torque everything is because I don't want the RTV to dry. Because that's what's going to seal the threads up. We need that RTV to stay wet so that we can go ahead and kind of use it as lubrication, and then once it dries up, the thing's locked into place. So I'm going to go ahead, torque this head down, and I'll jump over to the other one, and I'll catch you guys afterwards. I'm going to go ahead, torque this other head down, and we'll go ahead and slap the intake on this thing, and we'll look at the headers today, but I don't know if we'll get that done. It's extremely hot out here, but I'm having fun doing this. 16-year-old me is having a blast right now. I'm loving life. This is exactly the way I would have done this at 16 years old. I can just see me now. So, I probably wouldn't have cleaned everything as well as I did back whenever I was 16. All right, so I got all the push rods in this thing. Everything's torqued down. Now all we got to do is put the intake on. All I ever do here is just a very, very light skim coat, unless the head is eroded and pitted. I just put a nice little skim coat around it. Something about like that will work. On both sides of the gasket, we'll come back and we'll put a dab right down there in the corner. But I'm going to go around and do all these that way, and then we'll slap the gasket on, do the same thing, and bolt this intake down. All right, cool. So let me give you guys a good tip, at least for me. Take 2 long bolts that'll fit in your intake and barely screw these things in. And what that'll do is allow you to drop your intake down and center it up when you're doing it by yourself. Cool, we're gonna let this tack up for a few minutes, and then we'll slide the intake down, bolt this joker up, and guys, man, we're getting so close. I can taste it, I can taste it. There she blows, guys. So we'll go ahead and check these at 15 foot-pounds. Yeah, it looks like they'll be just fine right there. Go a little bit more. That's fine. One more time, just a quick check. And these things will change on you. You have to retorque intakes. If there's anything out there in the world that you need to learn to retorque, it's intakes. And I just kind of mix it up as I go through on the retorque sequence. As you can see, I know it may not seem like much, but it feels like a big accomplishment because, I mean, from here, the only thing we got to do is put the valve covers on it, and we've essentially got the engine sealed up. And I've got valve covers right here. So I'm gonna go ahead, clean these valve covers up, get them on the car, and get that sealed up. Sorry, I don't have anybody to help me hold the camera. Camley's out here, but yeah, I think I'll just, I'll do my best here. You hiding from her? Y'all, this is gonna be fun. I am enjoying this build so much because it reminds me of whenever I was younger, right? And I didn't have a lot. And I was just trying to make do with the things that I had. And it was such an awesome feeling to rummage through parts and find what you need. I mean, it was just like digging for gold, right? And you finally hit it. Oh man, those were good times. I tell you, whatever position you're in life right now, just enjoy it for what it is, because I promise you it's not as bad as you think it is. I look back on those days whenever I didn't have a lot and was struggling to do work, and some of the best times of my life. And you know what? It wasn't even bad back then, right? I knew I still had it good. We've all got it good. If you can put your hands on one of these cars and you can turn wrenches, then you got it good, right? You're not living out in some jungle somewhere, you know, shitting in the woods. So, I mean, that's where we're gonna leave off today. We got her all sealed up, valve covers are on nice and tight, intake, headers are on. So huge shout out to everybody who's participated so far in sending parts. I love this build, I'm enjoying it. I hope you guys are as well. So hopefully here pretty soon we'll get some fuel and get some fire in this thing and hear it run for the first time. It's gonna be a while before we ever drive it, but we are to be able to start this thing up here pretty soon. So as you can see, we've got the air box in here, the HVAC system, whatever you want to call it. So I'm about to put the dash harness in the car now. I do have the top harness in, which is like your speakers and your jumper and all that goes around. But the box is in and pretty much bolted down. The computer harness and all that stuff is in here in the car, as you can see. Got our mass air stuff. Next up will be the dash harness. I'm going to go ahead and get that in. All this is going to be for the console, or for the steering, I mean. Right through here, so we know that, and you know, fuse box over here, and we're missing our body harness that comes in, so some of the stuff won't be plugged in yet. This main harness over here is going to run to this side. Papa T's already got some stuff plugged in, so as you can see, we've gotten a lot of stuff done already. All right, so it's going to want to hit the pillars. We really need to take them pillars off. They were hitting earlier.
Well, mine did go beside it.
Yeah, we can try it, see. Anyway, I'm sweating my ass off. We're gonna go ahead and try to get this done.
Nice weather.
Yeah, it's beautiful weather. So, catch y'all in a few minutes. So, I told you.
Andrew, you know what you're doing?
Hell no.
All right, y'all. Well, the dash is in, and from here, just going to be a matter like of figuring out where everything plugs in. All this is going to go to the steering wheel right here, which we'll get in a few minutes. Fuse panel, so all this will go up here. Get that out of the way, and I assume that most of this is going to be body harness stuff that plugs in. All right, y'all, check it out. Yeah, I don't know either. We got a couple wires we don't know where they go. Andrew's looking around under there. Most everything plugged right back in, because if you remember, this is the dash, the wiring harness, the steering wheel, and everything out of the convertible. So eventually we'll figure it out where it all goes. That's where we're going to leave off today. There's no point in continuing on today, because really now this was such a huge deal to get done, that now all we got to do is, you know, go ahead and I guess we're going to put a fuel cell in the car. Put a fuel cell in the car, run some AN line. Finish building the front of the engine, probably finish up a little bit of the wiring, and get the car started, or ready to start. I hate fuel systems, but we got to do it. So here's what I did before we jump into this video. I wanted to find something as budget friendly as possible, because that's what this car is all about. As a reminder though, because I don't want anybody to be surprised about this, we are going to have some sponsored content, and it's going to be some pretty big parts. But I think you guys can fully understand that, right? Other than that, I'm going to try to build this thing on as much of a budget as I can. If I've got the parts, then I'm going to dig through and try to find what we can find to make this car run. With that being said, some parts have to be bought new. So I went on Amazon and eBay trying to search around for the cheapest fuel cell I could find. This looks like it. This is a 10-gallon fuel cell, and I paid just over $100 for it. So let's see what that looks like. So here's a $100 fuel cell off of Amazon. If you pay attention, you're gonna notice there's a wire right here. This damn thing has a sending unit in it for $100. I can't remember. I'll put it on the screen. It may be a little more than 100. As you can see, at some point, somebody cut this out, I guess, for some sort of AN stuff or hose or whatever. Probably just rubber hose. I'll put a patch panel in there. But for now, let's see how this thing fits. Very nice, actually. From here, I'm probably just gonna make some marks in the bottom of the car and see if I can't get this thing cut out as cleanly as possible. I guess it can't be any worse than what somebody else did over there on the other side, so. Here's how wide it needs to be, and then we're gonna have to come back pretty far. I'll measure it all out, and we'll get us a nice little gap cut here. I'm not gonna worry about the hole over here that they cut previously, not at the moment. I'll go ahead and get this thing where it'll fit, and then I'll come in and probably cut a patch panel out for that. Got a nice little low spot there. It was already like that, so I'll probably come in and take this down some more with a grinder. That way it doesn't sit there and rub on the fuel cell and rub a hole in it. There we go. So this will be the spot where our sump hangs through the car. Here's the back of the trunk. I don't like how much I had to cut out, but this is just the way that it's got to be. I was hoping to only be able to, have to cut out some of this, but there again, let me drop this thing in and show you guys what it looks like. So to be able to get to the fittings, I had to cut the trunk out like this. So as you can see, we got 3 holes in there, and that's for a cover because I don't want to have to look down and see this. So let me show you guys what I got. So I just threw together a quick little cover here. Once it's all bolted down, it'll look kind of like that. So you have a nice little cover that's blocked off on the ends, and it'll unbolt. And that's just to, just to cover that up because it's such an eyesore. All right, we're gonna take this old floor pan out of the 65 over here and cut out a section to use in the rear trunk area. All right, y'all, remember, I'm 16 years old. I don't care. My dad's got a welder, so we're fixing to make something happen. So we just laid a piece in here, and we're gonna start to kind of beat it into place as we tack it in. So. There's our Mad Max fix, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Also, if you look down, you'll see where I put the chassis saver down around our piece. Now, eventually this whole back will be chassis saver, so it'll look pretty good when it's all said and done. And I may even build a board to go across the back to kind of fill this in, like a regular trunk piece. But if not, it doesn't really matter. This thing's bolted in, everything's nice and tight. Check this out, y'all. Now, if you've been in the game for any length of time, you know AN line, especially nylon, is not cheap. This shit is expensive. This is 20 feet. You got some separators here. All your fittings. This is all Dash 8 stuff. All right, look at all these fittings here. A fuel log for the carburetor, which seems extremely nice. We'll see if it leaks or not. And this. And all of the hardware to go with it, which is right here. All right, so final update today. Everything is now seam sealed. So no leaks down here. I'm good with that, guys. That looks fine to me. And I seam sealed around our welds over here. For whatever it's worth, it's at least seam sealed up right there. This car is gonna leak smoke everywhere, but you know, I'd like to go ahead and at least seal that up. So underneath this is what we got. So once we get the car on the lift, I'll go ahead and paint everything black down here. Right now it's just kind of like a rubberized undercoating on it. It's old cheap brown stuff. So today we're going to be working on the Poop Coupe, putting some fuel line on this thing. We're lacking a fuel pump, fuel line, fuel filter, all that type stuff. And that's what we intend on getting done today. So with that being said, I've already ripped the old fuel pump out. Let's go over here and look at this thing, see what we're working with. So I think this pump was in a blue, like holly blue strap, but from what I see, this is a holly red pump. Look at all this old stuff here. I mean, this line is as hard as a rock. I don't even know what kind of line this is. This is like air hose or something. I don't even know what that is. We're gonna be removing all this, putting some nice AN fittings on it, putting it back up in the car, and getting started. As a matter of fact, John's coming right now. This is where we're gonna put the filter, right there. So best thing to do is just go ahead and put some tape around the line, and then go ahead and cut it in the center of the tape. Put a little bit of pressure on it. Watch your eyes. You can leave the tape on it. As a matter of fact, I recommend leaving the tape on it, just because it's going to pretty much be hidden anyway. And the good thing with this nylon stuff, look at this, y'all. I mean, it just, that's crazy. I mean, you're not sitting here killing your hands. All right, so we got to imagine that our carburetor is going to be there. We'll probably put our regulator either here or here, somewhere over there. Come out of the regulator and over into the carburetor. So we'll go ahead and start on this. See where it leads. This is that Mr. Gasket pump. I think it'll be fine for a carbureted NA setup for right now. Nothing's tight, but we went with the 45 right here and flipped the hose up, because now if the axle comes up, it's out of the way essentially. Oh man, you can't beat that. Look at that setup, man. So clean. All right, we're gonna go ahead, drill out back here for the vent tube for the fuel cell. We'll include that in this video, and then we're gonna wrap it up. So this car is gonna need a rollover switch, a tip switch to come in here, a valve that is. That way if you flip over, the gas doesn't run out. Not that this car is probably gonna be fast enough to flip over, but it does make good sense to do that. So what we're gonna do is just kind of put a loop in this thing and find us a good spot, drill a hole, come out the bottom of it. All right, let's take a final look at what we got here. We essentially use the connector as a bulkhead. Since it's just a vent, that should seal up fine. And then it's got a barbed fitting on it, which we're gonna put one of those small little Spectre filters on that you can get from the auto parts store. And that's just gonna keep dirt daubers and stuff like that from getting in here and making a nest. So we'll put a little filter on the end of this thing, and that should be enough ventilation, hopefully, for this. That's 6AN stuff. And then in the trunk of the car, this is how it's gonna look. Check it out. We've got some nice control arms for the old Poop Coupe. And also, got some brackets. These are some relocation brackets that I've had for a while. So that's what's gonna go on the bottom half of this car. And with that being said, huge shout out to Mike Santee. Thank you so much for sending these out. I really do appreciate you. They'll be going on the car here real soon. Moving on over here, we've got some nice strange struts and some caster camber plates. So this came from Mike Zapp. So Mike, thank you so much for sending these out all the way from somewhere across the pond. I really do appreciate that, man. These are gonna fit perfectly in this car because it is a budget car. It's an old school build and this will fit perfectly in it. So huge shout out to you. And also guys, go over and check out Foxes Abroad on YouTube. They have a YouTube channel. So if you will, go over there and check them out. Now moving on over here, we've got some stuff from Stiflers. Now you guys know Stiflers, we love them and they love us, and that's awesome. So they sent us some nice subframe connectors here and also a cross member. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Stiflers, they make some of the highest quality parts that you can get for a Fox body. I absolutely love what they do. Also, a nice set of braided brake lines. Go over and check out Stiflers. Also, we'll be doing a more in-depth review on these as we install them. One thing I will say that I like about their stuff is, see these pieces of tape? They're actually really hard to see right here. All you have to do is pull the pieces of tape off and there's your bare metal to weld to. I think that's really awesome that they do that. Ooh, look at that. We've got some blue wires from Anderson Ford Motorsport. Guys, I love these freaking wires. These damn things are beautiful and I think they're gonna look awesome on the old Poop Coupe. So thank you so much, Donnie B over at Anderson, for sending us this. That's really awesome, man. I appreciate it. You know we do business with Anderson. You know we run all of their camshafts. And speaking of which, Donnie B has hooked us up with a new camshaft for the Poop Coupe. Now, what do you guys think it is? We've got an N41 camshaft for the Poop Coupe, and it's gonna sound good. You guys know an N41 sounds amazing, and that's what we got for this car. So thank you so much once again to Anderson Ford Motorsport for hooking us up with this. All right, over here, shout out to myself. We got the cheapest alternator relocation bracket that you could get on Amazon. I think it was like 30 bucks, maybe something like that. It's probably junk, guys, but reviews weren't good, but we're gonna try it anyway, okay? Over here, we've got our nice AN hose clamps, whatever you wanna call them, 8L clamps. We've got these over here. These were 9 bucks on Amazon. We've got us a strap for our fuel filter. So a nice aluminum strap to hold up our fuel filter wherever we deem to put this thing. And over here, we have a throttle cable, a 24-inch, which is what is typically used in the Fox body, and some nice little gloves that obviously would never fit my hands. But anyway, I think this is gonna work out. We'll see. Reviews were kind of okay on it, so we'll see how that goes. And in here is our throttle bracket that we got off Amazon as well. Before I go any further, I purchased all this from LMR. These are your brake lines. This is all of your front brake line kit for Fox body. I think this is around $100 bucks, $110, something like that. But guys, it's got all your little short lines that go down to your caliper or to your braided line or soft line, whatever you want to call it. So had to pick that up. We got a dipstick tube and also got water pump bolts. So for you guys that are breaking off water pump bolts, here you go. We sell those as well. And also a oil sending unit extender here that comes from your block. Tons of stuff, tons of stuff. All right, with all that being said, me and John gonna get started. Probably gonna start on these brake lines, get the master cylinder on this thing, and get to work. We'll see you in a minute. So we got our brake lines, our front lines installed on the Poop Coupe. And this line over here was actually taken apart. So somebody had unscrewed it and capped it off. I honestly don't know why, but with this bolt here. But believe it or not, everything's screwed right back in. They didn't cut this line, so that's good. Everything's screwed right back in. So this, we had to have this done because we didn't have that one brake line that shoots around underneath the car. So getting this done is gonna be a huge help. And then we can put on our nice Stifler brake lines right here. So we should be good to go. So we're gonna work on this a little bit longer, see if we can't get these lines done. We got our old brake lines out, ones that have been cut. We're gonna put our nice Stifler's brake lines in. Here's your information on these, just in case you were wondering. Go ahead, pop these things in. So we're gonna be installing all new brake lines actually up through the front. So as you can see, rattling around back here are the lines from LMR that are the front brake kit lines. So we're only really using 1 or 2 of these lines. I think 3 actually total. Remember I told y'all about these lights. They come in handy. Situations like this. Now I can see what the hell I'm doing. these clips can be a pain in the ass to get off. I like to use vice grips because they're stuck so hard. If you can ever get them to move like this, then you can get something in behind it. Sometimes you can go ahead and just get a really good bite on them and, well, pull them off, but that one broke. So anyway, you want to get this clip off right here because we want to reuse this bracket if possible. Now these are splined in there. It's either, they have splines right here. I don't know if you can see it, but the new hoses right here from Stifler's do not fit that exact spline. It's close, but it doesn't fit. So not a problem. All you got to do is just clean that hole up a little bit, and then we'll show you how all that goes together. We bored the hole out a little bit, and it'll kind of slide all the way through, but that really doesn't matter because there's a clip that goes on the back side of this, which is right here. So the best thing to do is put your clip on first. Now this is provided from Stifler's, and what it does is just basically make the back side of this bigger so that it doesn't fall through. Now as you can see, the little slot right here, that's where you're gonna put this clip. So your old clip goes right back on. This clip on, it'll still rotate once you get the clip on, so don't worry about having it exactly right, but just like that. Okay, and now, see, you can put this on the car and it'll all button up just nice. I will say on these ends, don't freak out because they're not the exact same as what you're used to. They're gonna look different than your factory lines, but they work just fine. They give you a lot of room to kind of move things around. I'll show you over here. Lock into place on the back side of your caliper, but now you have the ability to lock these things in any way you want to, back here or up here or whatever. Anyway, just screw everything back in. Just like that, bolt your bracket down, you're done. So here's the deal with this. It actually mounts to your water pump right here is how this particular bracket works. And honestly, you can see it. It's cut out for the water pump perfectly, so it makes sense. I know everybody's gonna ask, well, how are we gonna do our belt routing because we're not running any more accessories on the car. So the way the belt routing is gonna go is down around the crankshaft, around the water pump, and back over here. You'll have a little bit of belt wrap here around, right? Get the ugly out. Cool. All right, so we got one thing out of the way. Oh, that's not good, but just gonna have to live with that. May have to put a washer up there and weld the washer in to keep the hole where we need it. We'll do that later. Working on grinding out the welds right here on the subframes. We're gonna get those off today. As you all know, we've got some Stifler subframes over here, and also coming in today will be our transmission. So I'll show you what that transmission looks like, everything about it, and all the details. But for right now, we got to get some of this stuff cut off. Oh, and here's the way that we've routed everything. So I'm really pleased with this. I like the way everything's pulled up nice and tight. Look at that. We got everything cut off and kind of ground. I want you to see how good these Stifler subframes fit. We were blown away. We're looking at that and we're like, man, this car is all jacked up and twisted and everything. So we had to make do with some bolts and some nuts here. But I want y'all to check this out. Watch as John screws this thing down. Watch the car, the whole floor and everything move. Welded up good enough. I'm not gonna get carried away on a bunch of welds on these things. These work really good. They're easy to install. We just got some bolts for reference right now. Just kind of hold everything up. Those will come out and the seat bolts will come through. Look at all these parts. This is all stuff that we got to have for the Poop Coupe. Now, I told you guys that we were gonna have sponsors involved. Now, your boy did have to come out of pocket. I want you to know that, but they gave me a really good discount on it. Look at this. Brand spanking new bell housing, y'all. Brand new.
I don't think I've ever had a new T5 bell housing, but we got one now. Down here we've got our quadrant, our under dash quadrant. Looks to be a double hook. Yep. We got our firewall quadrant adjuster and a new cable, which is, yep, also adjustable. So a lot of adjustment going on with the clutch here. A new block plate. Want to make sure everything's spaced out correctly. And we'll just go ahead and get to the transmission here. There you go, Handling Motorsports. This is a Z-Spec T5. So essentially what this is the T5 transmission that came in your 93 Cobras. This is a really, really good setup for the street if you're not running crazy amounts of power. Here's the deal with any transmission I want to go ahead and remind you guys of. Don't put too heavy of a clutch behind something like this. This is a good transmission, but what you don't want to do is put like a ceramic puck clutch or something like that behind your T5 and go dumping the clutch. You're going to break it. So keep the clutch soft, and these Z-Spec T5s will last. Down here, we've got a new Pro 5.0 shifter, the Power Tower. You guys remember these? One of my favorite shifters ever. I like them. They're notchy. They're just well built. Oh, and we got a brand spanking new one with some bolts down here as well. We skipped the box. Over here is the handle that goes to the shifter. Love it. Now, this is where Andrew really hooked me up, and he made sure that we got everything that we need. So when you're building a car like this, and you don't have anything to work off of, you're going to be missing all your nuts, all your bolts, everything, right? Well, he took care of us, and we've got all the nuts, the bolts, the everything. We got a new pilot bearing right here. They even sell the clutch replacement clip. So if you guys are looking for one of these, they have them. A brand new set of ARP flywheel bolts. So these are transmission bolts with your little pivot stud that goes right here in your bell housing. So they've thought of all of it. They got us hooked up. Pilot bearing right here. Bell housing bolts. And even clutch bolts with the little pins that you got to have as well. And there's one more thing that I want to show you because I didn't show you guys everything when we left Edgar's house. Now, he's a friend of mine. He wanted to do this for us. I'm going to blow through this real quick light because we'll show you as we start to install this, but there's a lot of stuff here. You guys know what this is. This is a girdle for the rear end here. Nice cover, all right? Wiznap Mustangs, I got this from him, which is your stock thermostat housing, 90 degree. Gotta have that. Since this is gonna be a race car, we got some harnesses here. Edgar had hooked us up with that. 2 harnesses, as a matter of fact. A bottle warmer. Why is that? Because we are gonna go nitrous on this car. It's gonna be a nitrous car. So instead of using a crush washer, we are actually going to use this now. And I know some of y'all are like, finally. So this is for your pinion, and this is how you set your depth. A line lock. Somebody mentioned a line lock before. Yep, we got one. Edgar hooked us up with that as well. This was the big thing that we needed, and he came through. He had it. This is going to be for our 5-speed swap right here. Got to have that. And what we're going to do is just put this inside of the factory bracket. From what I understand, it will work. I have never done it before, but I hear it will work. Harmonic balancer. This is a nice one. This is a professional product. This is older. This thing is awesome, though. So we're going to use it on the car as well. In here, I'm not going to open it up, is a set of 410 gears, y'all. Ford Motorsport 410 gears in here, courtesy of Edgar. Right here, some nice fans with an aluminum shroud, electric fans. Underneath here is an SSP radiator. Came out of his son Cheo's car, right here. Super nice. Look how clean that is, y'all. Only thing we got to do is put a diode in right there, right in between there. And also, from what I understand, that's what allows your alternator to charge. So he had to use it for another car. Nice cluster there. 31 spline Mosier axles with long studs. Torque box reinforcements. Come on, guys. Shocks, K&N air filter, because we will be going carburetor. This laying around as well. I mean, I gotta show you guys all this stuff. It's honestly kind of been overwhelming. I'm not gonna lie to you. We've got so much stuff around this shop that has got to be done. we're gonna get a clutch off up in the poop coop. Check it out, y'all. We got our subframes in here. We got some stuff spray painted. I know it's not pretty, but you know what? It looks better than that crap before. So here's what we got. Let me take you over here to the desk and we'll look, see what we got to put in this thing. I'm really excited about this. This is a big deal here. Bam! Check that out, y'all. Ram Clutches has hooked us up with a clutch, pressure plate, throwout bearing, flywheel, everything. So, yeah, you guys know what it is. Look at that. This is very similar to the clutch that was in the Calypso, and it worked really good. Got us a nice throwout bearing here, and obviously a lineup tool. I want to say these things are good for around 500 horsepower. Huge, huge thank you to Ram for helping us out on the old Poop Coupe, and obviously handling. So over here, we've got an absolute beast of a flywheel. Grab that thing. So this is the same one, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the red car. What we're gonna do now is go ahead and put these pins in, these little dowel pins. Right. Go in like that. Listen to the difference. There it is. All right, let's verify before we go too far. And look at that, like a glove. Yeah. All right, so we got a block plate up here. If you look down here, everything's been pre-treated, I guess you could say. So it's got Loctite on it. I'm using blue. I just push you up here and start twisting. You got to step back so you can see the holes. Look at that, boy, we got lucky. Sometimes you'll twist this thing for 30 minutes, man, trying to figure out, because the holes are so close, you'll think you got it, and you won't got it. So, obviously, you've had your hands all over this thing. Clean it with some brake cleaner. We're going to use a microfiber here. Nice, big difference. So, all right, that's all you got to do. Those were torqued to 85 foot-pounds. John's got this clutch disc already set up, and make sure you don't put your clutch in backwards. A lot of folks will turn that clutch disc around the other way, and that goes to the outside right there, the big part that sticks out. So everything will just fit right through. Let's see. And there's where your lineup pins come in handy. All right, so this thing will pretty much sit up there on its own. I think the torque specs on this are like 25. I'll put them up on the screen for you guys. We're gonna go ahead and torque these things down. I'll get back to you in just a second. We got a nice bell housing on. Man, that's just so pretty. The old Poop Coupe just don't deserve this. I'm telling you, just don't deserve it. Look at that. But we got the bell housing on this thing, and from here, I think we're gonna move back and do the lower control arm. I love to give you guys tips and tricks and kind of take you through the whole process, but more than likely, I'm not going to take you through the whole process of changing out these control arms because there's really not a lot to it. Look at that. Damn, what a difference already. Man, that looks so much better than what it did. And the big thing is, like, you step back here, like right here, and it's just not all rusty and dirty and crusty. And what did we say it smelled like earlier?
Mummy.
We've got the control arms off the car, and we've already got our reinforcements thanks to Edgar. So we got our reinforcements in here waiting to go. And I'll probably bolt these in and then weld them in a couple spots, like tack weld them in. So I don't really know how I'm going to do that just yet. But we're about to cut the springs on the car. I'm not sure how much I'm going to cut off yet, but you know, for right now, we're just going to get the car to look good. We'll work on actual suspension to make the car hook and go down the track better later. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut these springs. We've got our control arms over here, so we're gonna pop these on, and we're gonna try out these relocation brackets as well. That's gonna be real nice, like right there.
There's so much dirt still in this mother.
All right, we'll get these things in, and I'll get back with you in a few minutes. All right, y'all. John's cleaning some stuff up, and we have got these holes drilled out for the relocation brackets, for the BMR relocation brackets. So we're gonna get all this cleaned up and we'll show you guys what it looks like. Okay, something like that. And now your control arms are gonna be a lot lower. What that's gonna do is change the angle or the instant center of the car. And honestly, this is probably gonna cause a little bit of separation, which is a good thing. Now you got 3 adjustments right here you can pick from, so you can move your control arms up and down. We're just gonna start in the middle for right now, then we'll go from there. All right, y'all, you ready for the big reveal? Bam. Actually, that looks pretty damn dope. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Look at that, new shocks. We got everything painted under the rear end. We got our new relocation brackets on this beast. I'm telling y'all, man, this car is coming together. Look at the subframe connectors. We got all this crap cleaned up here. We're not done painting yet. We'll get to that later. But we did spray all back here. I'm impressed. So in the last video, we installed our lower control arms and I cut the springs on the old Poop Coupe. I want to show you what this thing looks like now. I lost all of my audio in this video, so I don't know what happened, so we're just going to do it this way. Check this car out. Look at the difference that it made. Look at the damn difference. Old Poop Coupe is looking fine. Over at Quick Ship Performance, hooked us up. Him and Roger, his dad, from Wiznat, they had one of these in stock, so John ran by today, picked it up for me. So now we have a good pedal assembly that we can go ahead and throw in this car, and we should be good to go. Here's some of the work that we've been doing to the car. Trying to get this rough corner, the quarter panel over here was pretty bad. So what we're trying to do is get it pulled out enough to where we can get some filler on this. Oh yeah, John hooked me up today with a stud gun. So if you guys do get one of these, be patient, okay? Because when we first grabbed it, we were holding it too long and then not long enough on the panel and they're snapping off. But take your time with it, read up on it, and I promise you it will work. It pulled most of all the problem area out of this car. All right, y'all, we're getting ready to put the transmission in. Andrew and John are filling this thing up. I can't remember, I think it's like 2.5 quarts, but you can take that top plug out and you'll know for sure as soon as it reaches that plug, that fuel port. Over here, LMR has once again hooked us up. I got in contact with them and said, hey, we need a starter for the old Poop Coupe. What can you guys do? And here we go. This is what they sent over. A brand new SVE mini high torque starter. I really like these. I have the same starter on the green car and it works perfectly. We do have the new clutch arm in here, clutch fork, whatever you want to call it. Everything's greased up. Andrew made sure of that. So oh, Poop Coupe, look at it. What it do? We're gonna make something out of it. I don't know what. All right, hey, we're gonna finish this thing up real quick. Not finish it up, but we're gonna do some more work and I'll get back to you once Andrew finds some drive shaft bolts. So if you guys have never installed one of these, as you can see, they're not built like a factory one, right? They're adjustable. So they're made to work with an automatic, a 5-speed, really all sorts of stuff. So the way these things work is they come with a bunch of these spacers, shims, whatever you want to call them, all right? And what you want to do is stack them accordingly. I'm not sure, but based off of the way this thing's sitting, it's probably going to take a short one in the back and 2 long ones up front, but we don't know that for sure until we get it up in the car. Go ahead and get your transmission up out of the way. That's kind of locked in over there. Do what? Okay, well, there we go. Ooh, oh, we got it all down. We got a little natty light over there, boy. These mini high torque starters are a little different than your factory starter. So the way these things operate is essentially this is a big solenoid or a relay. And down here, this is your trigger wire here. So this is gonna come from your solenoid, your 12-volt signal, which is a very light signal. It's going to come in here, and then this, although it's black, will be your power wire. We just ran to our local O'Reilly, and that's what they had in stock. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and toss this thing in and at least see if the engine will turn over. This is not the first fire, but what we're trying to do is just see if we can get the car to spin over. So I didn't think about it, but I don't have a ground cable from the body of the car essentially over to the engine. So the way we're gonna have to do this is just kind of ground the block and then touch it to the solenoid. So we did get top dead center. All this is good. So this is it. We'll see if it'll spin over. It should.
Yeah, that'll work.
There he is, y'all. Here's the deal. Once we put a battery in the car, ground it all up, this solenoid should work. But Andrew's got a point. We probably won't have any fire until we get the neutral safety switch jumped. We'll get that done. But hey, the engine's in the car, transmission's under it. We've got the drive shaft. I'll probably maybe work on putting the exhaust under it. There's no point really in pushing too hard right now to try to get the car to like start up, because I'd love to do it today, but I just think we'll save that for another day. All right, y'all. Hey, we got a big update actually. It's not worth making another video for or lowering the car down. We've got the car now where it will turn over with the key, and we have fire. We want so bad to start this car up tonight, but we're not going to do it. So here's what we're doing. We decided to go ahead and do exhaust on this car. But since we're super budget, we always say we're budget, right? I'm gonna prove it to you. Check this out. So down here we have a stock H-pipe. Don't worry guys, it doesn't have the cats anymore. It's been gutted out. So these things are, worth a lot of money with the cats. This one doesn't have cats. So here's the issue. This was just beat to hell, and it has been cut. I actually welded it back. It was cut in half and welded back, and it is paper thin up through here, and we can't get this thing to seal up. So what we've got now is this. Yes, this is like 2 1/4, I understand, and this is 2 1/2, but what we did was cut it off this factory pipe over here. I know somebody's gonna be mad in the comment section that we cut it, but we gotta do what we gotta do. I'm not gonna show you the whole process, but you get what we're doing here. We're gonna slide this thing up in here, weld it all back, ever how it needs to go, and we'll start working on the exhaust on the car. So we're gonna get that done tonight. I'm probably not gonna video it. And also our motor's sitting a little crooked too. I'm sure you guys can see that. So we got new motor mounts that we gotta put on the car as well. So we'll get to all that here real soon, but I just wanted to let you know what we're doing, how we're doing it, trying to stay as budget as possible when we can.
You gonna help? No. I'm a video.
You gonna video?
See, I'm not asking you to put me in the video. I'm just asking you to video.
We don't have the turn downs on it yet. But we got exhaust. We made some little get-by straps. Check it out. This is a big deal, y'all. This is huge. So from here, the only thing left to do is really get the battery cables for the car, put some fuel in it, and wire up the fuel pump. And this thing should start up and move. So really excited. I just wanted to show you guys that I did get the exhaust on the car. Just went ahead and knocked that out tonight. The main goal for this video is to fire the car. At least hear it spin over, bust off a couple times. It doesn't have to run good. Like, I just need it to run. So I went over to LMR and picked this up. This is your transmission harness for a 5-speed. This car is going to need it. And also drive shaft bolts, because we didn't have but one. So underneath here, I'm working right now on the fuel pump. So this is a very simple fuel pump setup, guys. This isn't like Andrew's car with a Magna fuel and all that type of stuff. So I stuck the cover up there to see how it's gonna look, and man, she's gonna look sick, y'all. So Camly wants to help video, so I'm gonna give her the camera, the phone, and let her video daddy work. Okay. All right, hold it like this, okay? Can you see it? All right, good job, baby. You like helping daddy?
Uh-huh.
You do?
It's getting tired.
Your hand's getting tired?
No, my arm is getting tired from holding it like that.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I like your tattoos you got. Those are cool.
These are marking.
So we're under the hood. I want to show you guys a couple of things that we've changed. I don't think that I've shared it with you guys, but let's talk about what we've done and what we've got to do under the hood of this car. We did get the radiator in. Well, it's just kind of chilling. It's just sitting here. I got the fans bolted down. They fit nice and flush, guys. Look at that. That is a damn good setup right there. And that's what you want. You don't want a lot of air gaps in here, so this thing can pull fresh air straight through the radiator. Look at that down there. Okay, so we got that done, and if you look over here, a couple things have changed. I've relocated the solenoid down here lower, and I've made a custom mount for the coil. Now, I went and got some little standoffs, if you will, whatever you want to call them, from the hardware store, and went and got some little bolts, some lock nuts. I just made a template like this, stuck it up there against the car, and then drilled through it. Voila, we're good to go. Also, picked up a new battery tray from LMR, got this thing in, and that's really nice. So let's go ahead and throw a battery in this thing. So now the only thing left to do under the hood to get the car to run is obviously a carburetor. We've got our wires, I just hadn't put those on yet. We gotta run all of our new cables, and this thing should start up and run hopefully. Now, how good it runs, I'm not sure. Also, if you guys have ever done a carbureted swap, once you unhook your injector harness back here on your salt and pepper shaker, you're gonna lose your oil pressure wire and also your temperature wire that goes right up here. Now what you can do is go in, I'll throw it up on the screen for you guys if I can remember. Go in and just pin into these plugs right here or back into one of the wires, and you can just bring those two wires that you need out and over. I'm just gonna leave this stuff zip tied up. I know it's not the prettiest, but I don't want to cut this thing. So you can get these from LMR. I'll put the listing up for you right here. Link down in the description below if you'd like some of these. I think they're badass personally. All right, I'm gonna go ahead, slap these things on. I'll show you what they look like when we're done. You know, sometimes you start on something with no intentions of finishing it. Today was one of those days. I started on this car just, honestly, I didn't even know I was gonna work on it today. Got out here and buttoned up a lot of the loose ends. So, I'm gonna attempt to see if the car will fire up. It's got exhaust on it, so I'm gonna pump the carburetor a couple of times, see if we can't get some fuel in here. Now that's all the gas that this car has, is what's in the bowls. Yeah, car's in neutral just to be safe. I'm gonna pick it up. Well, I did hear something. So let's see. It's trying. I'm gonna try it from up here on the solenoid, just to see. I mean, it's trying to fire. I can smell it. Make sure I got the firing order right. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I really thought that it would try to start. Well, that was the first attempt. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with that, simply because I believe the car will run for sure. I did hear it fire a couple times. I'll probably catch back up with you guys tomorrow. We'll see if we can't get this thing to bust off. Check it out, y'all. I hear a big ass exhaust leak though. Oh, I think she might run. Add a little more time and see what happens. No shit. But it ran, y'all. Doesn't sound the best, but it's alive. The car does have good oil pressure, so that's a good thing. I didn't look to see exactly how much, but it looked to be around 50 when I glanced at it. So, oh, I tell you what, it's a good feeling. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's a good feeling to take a car from scratch and it be able to start up and run. Now, although it's not running the best right now, I mean, this is our first startup, so I'm pleased. I'm very excited about this. Well, all right, y'all, I'm gonna come back out here tomorrow, see if we can't tidy some things up,
See how it runs.
All of these plugs were actually in the Retro Fox. These are the heads off the Retro, and they've been in there forever. And I forgot that I left these things in there, and I never took them out. I cleaned the heads with these plugs in there. Like, they got a bunch of gunk on them. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and throw some stock style plugs back in this thing, some old copper plugs, some Motorcraft. They've been gapped at 32. We'll toss them in the car and see if that doesn't make a difference, because sometimes it's the simple things. So here's my setup to fire up the fuel pump. This is an 11 volt 3-cell LiPo battery. And all I'm doing is just pumping up the carburetor enough for right now. Get some fuel in the carburetor, and then we can start this thing up. Tried. I honestly don't know what the issue is. The car just does not want to idle. So the plugs really didn't make a big difference, if I'm being honest with you. I need to check and make sure that the carburetor is sealed up good. There's no vacuum leaks that I can find on the car. So check this out. I found the problem. I will go ahead and tell you guys I have started the car up and it fixed the problem. I will go ahead and tell you that. And the reason why is because I don't want to make you guys think that, you know, this is the first start. No, I have started it. I was actually on the phone with my dad whenever I fixed the problem, so I wasn't able to film. But there was a big hole in the back of the intake, a fitting. It had a brass fitting in the back of the intake, and I thought it was plugged off. Well, it was an adapter. It wasn't a closed off fitting. So yeah, there's a big ass hole in the back of the intake. Oh yeah, fuel pump. Shit. Although the car sounds like absolute crap right now, you saw that it's pretty responsive and it idles. I'm using the carburetor off the 65 on the POOP coupe right now. So that means we got to buy a carburetor for the coupe so I can put this carburetor back on the 65 so that I can get it to my dad's. So in other words, we're one carburetor short to make all these cars run. All right, Andrew, go ahead and show them what we got. We got our exhaust leak fixed, and hopefully this thing will start up just touching the key. Let's see. Look at that. Look at that. Let's hear it back here. Yeah, baby. I finally got the exhaust leak fixed. We're good to go. Touch it one time, Andrew.
What?
Touch it. Sounds good. Yes, I had to pull the whole exhaust down, cut it off, re-weld it up. I had to fill a gap about that big in it, but you know what? It's sealed up. It's fine. I'm happy with it. So there we go. Plug it in. So here's our fuel pump. For anybody wondering, this is a 3S 11 volt LiPo, and we're just going to kind of wedge it in here like that. Lay it right there, and there we go. I didn't know it was gonna roll that good. We'll tidy up some of the wiring on the inside of the car, and then we'll just go from there. New headlights and all that type stuff. Show them, John. Look at that. So, to you guys, it may probably still look raggedy. Oh, it's still the same old red and stuff. Yeah, but man, stance and wheels change everything. And also fitment. Look how those back wheels are just absolutely tucked to the max. All of this that you see, it's just regular people. Like, I mean, I'm talking like guys that work full-time jobs, right? And we come out here and we bust our ass because, I don't know, we just have that mindset of, you know, I'll tell you a little secret. I don't say this very often. I've mentioned it a time or two on the channel. Something that I want you guys to know. Sometimes what I do is I make myself believe that nobody believes in me. I tell myself that nobody thinks I can do this. And that's what drives me to get out here and do the things that I do. Whether you guys like my videos, like my content or not, I feel like I've proven myself. But for a lot of you, you need to get to that point in life. And if it's got to do with cars, if it's got to do with your job or your family or whatever it is going on in your life, just believe that nobody believes in you and then go out there and prove them wrong. In the end, there's probably a lot of people that actually believe in you. You just don't know it yet. Y'all check this out. We needed some panels for the old poop coupe, so once again the old white car came through. Here's a panel we cut out for the rear of the car, and also we've got the deck lid, so we're going to use a convertible deck lid over here. We've got some interior pieces, and we got the rest of the wiring harness that goes to the tail lights and all that. So I'll catch you guys once we get back to the shop, and we'll start back on the poop coupe. Right here I had to cut this thing because I could not pull it through, because on a convertible there's all sorts of stuff in the way. So all this shit right here has got to be, you know, resoldered and fixed, but it should be fine. We got plenty of room in here. It'll just go right along the side over here. But in the convertible, the rear seat, the way it's all bolted in, you had a gap about that big to pull all that stuff through, and it just would not fit without pulling the whole back seat out. All right, y'all, we've got the harness all soldered up, so all the connections are now soldered, and we have a big piece of shrink wrap hiding back here that we're going to slide down and shrink wrap up and throw this thing back in the car. That's done. It was a little short. That's fine. We'll wrap some electrical tape around that. We got the deck lid off of the convertible because, as you know, convertibles are nothing more than just coupes. Coupes are basically convertible cars. I know nobody likes to hear that, but it's the truth. Anyway, I think it looks pretty dope. We're going to leave the luggage rack on this car because it's a little different. And also, we've got all of our lights working now. So check it out. Bam! Let's go around here and look. Oh, what is that? That's headlights. Let's move on around to the back of the car and look what we've got. Look at this. We've got one tail light, and the only reason is that bulb is blown, but we've got our wiring harness in the back of the car now. I just stuck a tag on it just to kind of show you guys what it might look like when she's ready to go. Look at this. Oh, what? And look at the tag lights. Come on now. So as you can see, we did put the new tail lights in. So shout out to OG Superfly for hooking us up with those. Sweet, man, I'm telling you. Here is the harness. We've got it in the car. Still not wired up the fuel pump yet. All that stuff will come later. Oh yeah, we got fuel. Should start up. Let's see. Box body wiggle. Should bust right on off. That's what I thought. Don't worry about all the squeaking and rattling. That's coming from back there. Look at us go, y'all. Look at us go. What? got the Poop Coupe back in the shop, and we're gonna put some gears in this thing today. So we're gonna put a set of 410s in the car, courtesy of Edgar. And also we've got our differential here for 31 spline axles. But before we do that, let's just verify that this is the correct spline. Yep, there it is. All right, so we've got the pinion nut loose back here. It's actually off, and we've got the axles out. Just remember on the axles, if you're struggling with your C-clips to get them off, just push the axle in, or maybe hit it with a hammer, whatever the case may be. And there you go. So I want to show you guys this. I guess this is a mini spool. I always thought a mini spool was the little coupler that goes there, but obviously there's other designs. I just never seen this. But check this out though. Look at how chipped up this thing is. You would think that a car had to make some serious power to break that. And I don't know that this car was the one that did it, but something at some point has broken these things off. What we're gonna do now is mark everything and keep it to one side. So this cap is gonna go to this side. As you can see, there's a silver mark here that I put on. I marked the caps with silver, and I also marked the shims back here. So as we pull it off, obviously we're gonna keep whatever's on this side together and on this side together. We'll probably zip tie them up. This thing can come out and hurt you, just so you know. This one comes right out, no problem. So that's that side over there. This side, I think I got it on. Okay, cool. All right, so I'll show you guys how we go about measuring this out. This is the old crush washer from the rear end. So John's just gonna take a quick measurement. We've already got this actually pretty close. And it's like Edgar said in the old video from before, it's gonna be somewhere around 440 thousandths, 450 thousandths, roughly. All right, so there you go. About 444 on the thickness. And then you just match up all your shims, you add them to this. Yep, we got 2 shims to make up what we need. And you don't have to have, I mean, you can do this stuff without a battery in your calipers, it doesn't matter. There you go. Anyway, that's close enough right there. That'll work. Drop it on your pinion. So first off, I want to show you a little trick if you're doing this by yourself, a way to do this. Put two bolts in here, 2 drive shaft bolts. Get a long pry bar like this. Come in between, and then let this rotate up and hit the bottom of the car. Sometimes it'll hit your exhaust, but if you can make it stay up there like that, use that. And then take your pull handle and pull this. Now, y'all, it's gonna take a lot of pressure. I mean, a lot more than you think to get this thing tight enough, okay? So what you're doing here is you're setting your preload. Whether you're using a solid spacer or a crush washer, you still have to set your preload. These are used bearings, and I want to say preload's like 15 inch-pounds, I think is what it is. You guys look it up yourself. Don't go off what I say. We're setting ours to about 12. As you can see, you can spin it, and it basically stops immediately, but it's pretty easy to spin. And I'll show you on this, we're somewhere around about 15 inch-pounds actually. And once it starts rolling, it does free up some. Guys, I'm good with this. This is where I'm gonna leave it. You must have hit you a free. You hit that fresh, man.
I had to.
John's smelling good over there.
Yeah, that bonbon.
Oh, that bonbon smells so good. Oh Lord, y'all, we got a cologne channel that we're gonna be starting before too long. I've already got a couple videos shot. I'm a big cologne guy, so if y'all are interested in that, let me know down below, because I'm into cologne, fragrances, candles. Man, I love all that shit. I love it. Don't be scared. Comment down below. Let me know. All right, y'all. We got everything in. I don't know if I was videoing, but we got it rolled up in there, and you know, these things are tight. We use the caps here to finish tapping this on in. And guys, listen. That's what you want. John's torquing these things down to 75 foot-pounds. So, should be it. Everybody's over taking a turn trying to get all these broken bolts out, or rusted bolts, I should say. So if you guys have never experienced this, where basically they just unscrew from the back of the headlight and they rust up on the backside, it is fun. We've had to cut one out. We got 2 left. That's it.
I don't think we're done with the other side.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, we got those.
Yep.
Oh yeah, got him.
Ow.
What was that, radiator?
No, it is.
I heard the vice grips holler earlier.
Man, one of my least favorite things in the world are drum brakes. I hate doing these things. I never remember how all the springs go and everything else. But today the Poop Coupe's got to have some brakes, so that's what we're gonna do. Look at all this. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. All right, so once again, I made a trip to LMR and I got us some stuff. So check it out. Here is a radiator hold down. Now these are really good for you guys that have bigger radiators, because a lot of times those factory, these right here, they don't fit so good. I mean, look, I can't stand these things. They're horrible. Anyway, this replaces 2 of these. All right, so this will pretty much work with any radiator. Right here we have our radiator supports, so our little pads, I should say, rubber pads. Need those. Picked up a flasher from LMR for our blinkers. And 2 little pigtails here, because remember guys, this car is controlled from EFI. And like I showed you before, we've got to go to the salt shaker on the EFI connection and pin number 8 and some other number, so that we can get our water temperature sensor and our oil pressure sensor. So I just went ahead and got some little pigtails. That way it looks nice and neat. Distributor hold down. These things are pricey, guys, but when you gotta have one, you gotta have one. And LMR's got those in stock for you. Over here, I went ahead and bagged everything up into each side. So this is one side for our brake shoes. This is the other side here. Guys, this is relatively cheap. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you can get all of this stuff to completely rebuild your drum brakes for, what I say, about $100, John? Roughly about $100. Okay, to redo all of this. That's all of your springs, all of your hardware, your shoes, master cylinder, not master cylinder, your wheel cylinder, everything. All right, everybody, we've got our brakes installed. And just in case you're wondering, this is how it goes. Like I said before, if you have a brake that's already installed, like at least one side, you can judge off that. But we got everything installed. First is this little tension right here, this cable. It's got to go on first. And it comes down and it locks in behind here. And it pulls tension against this piece so that it locks. That's what makes it click. See how that works? Pulls tension on it. Then you got your red spring under here that comes around, hooks into your other shoe. Anyway, guys, there's some good diagrams online. I'll try to put some up for you guys, but shout out to LMR for these. That got us back going. We're gonna get some brake fluid, put it in the car, see if we can get some brakes. Woo. All right, y'all, here we go. We got our brakes done. Let's see, what else we get done? We did brakes. Well, we tried to do the water pump, the belt and all that. Went and bought a new belt and shredded it right off the bat. So we've got some alignment issues we're gonna have to work through. Also, our water pump has actually got a wobble to it. So the car has no water in it. Oh yeah, I don't think I showed you guys. We got the headlights in. Hit that switch for them. Watch this, y'all. We got one bulb that needs to be replaced. It's a little dim. Oh, whoo, look at that right there. Man, I'm pleased with the old Poop Coupe. That thing turns up, and it turns up good. Look at all that. We still got smoke coming out of this thing.
That's how race cars do.
That's right. Look at that.
That November 41.
All right, y'all, check this out. Today is going to be a very fun day. We got a lot of parts in for the Poop Coupe, and I'm ready to install them. But I'm also, you know me, you guys know me, I'm a paint and body guy. This is a very good spot for me to be able to try to keep it as budget as possible on my end. With that being said, this car needs its first wash. How are we going to do it? Well, let me show you. Let me just show you. Our first wash is going to be with Scotch-Brite on this car, and this is essentially what we're going to use to kind of get the car ready for a primer. Really need some type of degreaser up here, but this should work. Let's see what this looks like. Hell, I don't know. It may look good once we do this. It's a good thing about a car like this one is you don't really have to worry about what you do to it. You just experiment, right? Oh, this is working great right here. Now the lighting is bad out here. A bunch of shadows and light kind of coming in at one time, but look at that. Wow, that hood is jacked up. And see guys, this is why you don't want to clear coat a car like this in my opinion, because now look at everything that stands out. This hood is jacked up. You don't notice it when it's all dirty and dull. But anyway, it looks really good though. Like that did a good job. So with that being said, let's go ahead and wash this side of the car. As I sand this, a lot of the red is coming back through the base coat. So that's kind of cool. Getting rid of a lot of this red oxide stuff. Huh, look at that. We got a lot more red showing through now, which looks cool, but also kind of throws me off my game, or I should say my game plan with this car. I didn't expect that. I'm gonna move this thing because it's staining up my concrete, and we'll get it over here in the grass and we'll start back on it in a second, and we'll get us a game plan of how we're gonna proceed forward. Remember I told you guys I was 16 years old trying to build a car. All I got on hand is some red oxide primer. That's all I got. I figured this is what somebody who was young, didn't have a lot of extra cash, this is something that they would do. So, just going around the car and touching up all these areas. And crossing my fingers that it matches. Although we know it won't. But look at the difference though that it makes whenever you go around a car. Even though the colors don't match, right? You know, the difference that it does, it kind of ties it all in. So, there again, this is a very kind of under construction type look here. Speaking of which, we're going to come in and add a little bit to these fenders here because it looks kind of rough. Yeah, I'm going to cover that up. And basically what I'm doing here is I'm just kind of going around the car and looking at what needs to be touched up. There again, I'm looking at this from a completely different angle than you guys might think. There again, we're not trying to make it perfect. What we're trying to do here is make a car that's somewhat presentable from a 16-year-old perspective. And just we'll go from there with it. But I think it looks kind of cool like that. We'll see. All right, I'll get back with you guys here in a few minutes. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get the Poop Coupe inside and install our new carburetor, as some of you may have seen or may not have seen, and also a camshaft. So we're gonna put an Anderson N41 cam in this car today. There it is. I'm gonna go ahead and get her pulled in and start getting ready to put this cam and new carburetor on. So we got the Poop Coupe in here and we pulled off the timing chain cover. I want to remind y'all of something because I messed up earlier. I was going to go pull the balancer off
and man, I'm about to break all the bolts. We're struggling with this, trust me. Come to find out, I left the washer on in front of the balancer. So I pulled the bolt off and left the washer, and your balancer will not come off if you leave the washer. So with that being said, check this out. This timing chain is shot. We have a new one, so that's no issue. Here's what I want to show you. You pretty much can pull your cam out in this configuration. We just swung the alternator out. We do have to pull the distributor, obviously, so we can get the cam out. But you can leave the carburetor on and the intake on to pull this cam out. If you're using these tools right here, will allow you to leave your intake, carburetor, whatever you got on. So that's what we're going to be using. It makes this job really simple, actually. I'm just going to pull the distributor out. And there again, guys, make sure you take note of where your button's pointed. That way, whenever you put it back in, you don't have to worry about your timing or any of that. 1/2 inch. And we do now have a distributor hold down. If you guys are wondering what I use if you don't have a hold down, these are standard threads. Just a big washer and a bolt will hold your distributor in place long enough till you can get a distributor hold down. I'll go ahead and pull this distributor out. Zip. Quit begging.
He can't hip it.
I know. So I'm going to go ahead and take the valve covers off this thing, and we'll go ahead and slide the cam out and show you just how easy this is to do. We're going to be using these today. So these kind of work differently depending on the head that you have, but all you're going to do is push them down through the push rod hole there. Make sure it connects to the lifter and you can hear it. Like that. And then with these, you can just twist them. Actually, you go the other way. So you twist them until that wing nut goes down and locks into that hole. Not tight. You don't want to get it tight because you don't want to pull the magnet off the top of the lifter. Pull up a little bit. And that right there will work. Make sure you don't have any play in it. Move on to the next one, guys. This is the trick here. And the great thing about it is it keeps you from, having to pull your intake off and your carburetor or your, whatever you got, fuel injection. It keeps you from doing that, and then you don't have to worry about leaks when it comes to that one. Put it back together. But anyway, as you can see, put it in, twist it, and that's it, guys. We'll snatch this cam out here in just a second. Get something to bite down on it. Alright? Just pull your cam. Oh, this cam is about shot, buddy. Man. I don't know what this thing came out of.
Look at that.
Alright, and there it is. Let's see what we got. I actually don't know what this is. Yeah, it's stock cam, I guess. Anyway, there's our old camshaft. And I said we were going to pop that other one in immediately.
That's where it's at right there.
Yep, that's it. So those things right there will save you a lot of time. All right, y'all, here we go. We'll pop this cam in. Whoa. This is the Anderson N41 we're popping in. So shout out to Donnie B over at Anderson Ford Motorsport for hooking us up. Back when I was younger, I used to get these cams all the way in with no tool, but no. Oh, did I do it? Yep, I'll be damned. Look at me. I'm still stronger than a son. Andrew.
Strongest bull.
Yeah. So there it is, all right? That's how easy it is. And at this point, you can go ahead and pull these things off. All right. So pull these off right here, and you're good to go. All right, y'all, you ready? Let's bust this thing off. We got everything back together. Guys, this is the easiest way to do it. I'm telling you, with these little tap-it tools over there. Andrew, you've used them a few times. They work great.
Yeah, they work good.
There again, the carburetor didn't come off. The intake didn't come off. You saw how easy that was. We don't have water in it yet, so everything could leak, I guess. But other than that, let's go ahead and bust this off. Fergie? We're just going to reach in and touch the key and hope for it.
Something like that.
Church.
Hold on, let's give it a pump. You ready? All right.
Talk to me, baby.
That's my first try too, baby. Get back here behind the flag.
That's great.
I said black.
It's got black wheels though.
Good. Man, look at that.
It does sound good.
Let's get everybody else's reaction. What do you think?
I like it.
Sounds good?
Uh-huh.
That November 41.
November 41?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it. It sounds good. It sounds almost as good as mine.
I'll be the second one today.
I just put it say.
I'll be the second one. The damn gray car ran out of gas
That's if you
earlier.
don't put but 50 cents worth of gas.
I
by the time you go
put
to the gas
$10 in it.
Ashtray change, they gonna get the full
Yeah.
thing.
Not no more.
station. It's a $5 bill, gets an energy drink, and put the rest on the pump, baby.
Shout out to the old man's garage because he's the one that put me up on this right here. So you guys already know what this is. Bam. An ATM carburetor. And the cool thing about them, look, they send you a sheet with your jets, your air bleeds, and all that stuff, right? So that's good information. You don't have to guess about it. It's in a nice little gasket. Here it is. Nice packaging. There she is. I don't know a lot, and I don't pretend to know a lot about ATM. I know that they have really good carburetors, and I know that basically they were part of Quick Fuel. So as you can see, they got sight glasses on both sides. I think these have the extended bowls. I'm not going to touch anything on the carburetor. The only thing that we do have to do is shorten our fuel log on our old carburetor. The log's too long. I'll show you guys that in a few minutes. But yeah, there it is. Super nice carburetor. We're going to throw this thing on here in just a second. Oh, hold on. Nice. You see that? There's your adjustment for your rear butterflies right there for the rear idle. That's awesome. On my Holly, it's underneath. You have to take the carburetor off to get to it. But you can just adjust it right there. Cool. All right, y'all, we're going to snatch the carburetor off this thing and go ahead and put the ATM on it and see how she does. Who wants video?
No, you shaky as hell.
0 to 0 in the first quarter.
We just got the carburetor on. And check this out. I don't know if they can see it, but the bowls, sight glasses are completely even. And that's from the factory. We've not touched it. I've not pumped the carburetor yet. So the bowls are full. So what we're going to do now, give it a couple pumps. There we go. All right, I'm not going to touch anything. We're just going to see if it'll start. What it sounds like. All right, y'all, we got a little bit of a surprise for you. We got a new carburetor on. I don't think I finished up with the carburetor. We had to do a little bit of adjusting on it, but overall, the carburetor's pretty good. We got another surprise for you. Check this out. Not Berger. Ooh, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. So we're gonna back this thing out, wash the hood off real quick, and see what she looks like. gonna go ahead and wash this hood off real quick, but that's gonna wrap it up tonight. As you can hear, the carburetor's doing real good. I am gonna have to do a little bit of adjustment. Now this carburetor's too big for this car. This is a 750 on a bone stock engine. The only thing it's got is a cam. So I think it'll get a little better once we, you know, get a motor in this thing. And don't worry guys, that is coming. But for right now, other than the hood being dirty, ooh, look at that. Check it out. Here's the poop coupe. John, what you think? You like it? Before we go, I do want to show you the new carburetor on here, and we've not adjusted it. It's pretty close. But guys, that's asking a lot out of this carburetor to be adjusted out for a bone stock car, so check it out. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. I just ordered some new slicks for the poop coupe, and I thought that I only got one tire, and then I looked, I was like, what in the hell? My tire's cut in half. Yeah, maybe y'all have seen this. I've never seen tires shit this way, but whatever, I guess so. Surprise, surprise, guys. We've got some new tires for the poop coupe, some new slicks. So what we have here is a stiff wall 26-10-15. Those are 28s, and they're not going to fit on the poop coupe too well because it is so low, and we are shooting for a little bit of separation, so I do want the car to sit low in the back. So anyway, with that being said, here's our new tires. We're going to go get these things popped on. We'll see what they look like. This is the poop coupe. This is what we got to do, right? We got a white ass hood that don't match. So I'm gonna take a little bit of this red oxide primer, spray over it. Y'all don't worry, it's primer. So if we do decide to put this back on the Calypso, it's just primer. We can just sand it, so no issue here, right? There again, I try to look at this like I'm 16 or, you know, just young, don't have a lot of extra cash. What would be the easiest way to make this hood kind of match? Well, this would be the easiest way. Guys, don't overthink it. Just have fun with your projects, okay? Especially something like this. We've got some new wheels on the car. We'll show you guys that in a few minutes. And a couple other things as well. There's not going to be enough to do the other side. I'm going to have to go back and get another can. But we'll let this dry down and we'll just kind of step back and look at it. Actually, we'll probably wait. Get one more can of this, finish up the hood, then we'll back this thing out and show you guys the new wheels and the slicks. Look at all his overspray. So don't worry, this cow's all busted up, so we're not too worried about all that stuff. But this is how you get work done on something like this, right? You gotta stay motivated. So let me go ahead. I want you to, so you guys have not really heard the carburetor, like how good this thing transitions from primary to secondary. This isn't like, it's a stock engine, guys, so it's not gonna do anything crazy. But I do want you to hear how smooth it is in between transitions. That's all the way to the floor, y'all. Perfectly smooth, no hiccups, no nothing. Look what we got going on in here, y'all. We got a laptop in the poop coupe. I don't know if you can see it over there, but yes, this car now has a Mega Squirt in it. Why are we doing that? Well, this is going to be a nitrous car, and we need to be able to control timing. So I had a Mega Squirt on the shelf, and we're just going to try this out. I know it'll work. I just know it will. Obviously, it'll run off of it. A Mega Squirt operates off of a map sensor. It has a built-in map sensor. All you have to do is get vacuum or boost over to the map sensor, and now this thing will read RPM and KPA and all that. So with that being said, hopefully we can do a table switch when we arm the nitrous and go to a different table, which would have lower timing. But We'll talk about all that here in a few minutes. I got to go charge this laptop up. It's dead. Check this out, though. Here's something that you guys have not seen yet. You want to talk about blow-by? This car has got serious blow-by. I think we've got a stuck ring or two. There's something going on because this thing did not have that kind of blow-by in the, well, where's it at? Right there, in the 1K Fox. If you guys don't know, that used to be the 1K Fox that John owned, and then I bought it from him, and then we turned it into the carbon Fox. Anyway, this engine was in that car when John bought it. It didn't have this much blow-by back then, but it is what it is. We're not going to worry about it. We're going to run the shit out of it. We're probably going to spray it just like it is. All right, so let's just walk around and listen to it. Did some more work on the rear fender. I'm trying to not replace that whole rear quarter there. So we beat and banged on it and got it out off the tire. So we may be able to save that rear quarter with some filler. Anyway, the car can sit here now and idle. Shouldn't have any issues, should not overheat. Last time you saw the car, it had most of the interior in it, but I've had to pull a lot of it out trying to search for issues. But as you can see, the car is now charging. She runs so good. Quick. Yeah, it is. It's real quick. I just can't believe it. And it's so quiet, y'all. You can hear the fans over the exhaust of the car. I'm going to let it run for a while just to verify that we don't have any issues. As far as the blow-by goes, we're just going to have to do a catch can setup on it and just deal with it. I don't know what else to do. All right, so we do have some tire rubbing, as you guys could imagine. I mean, this thing was pretty much slammed, right? If you look real close, you can see where the tire was rubbing right there, so we don't want to drive this thing like this. Definitely don't want to race it. So here's the situation inside. Basically, as you can see, it's rubbing up top. We just don't have enough wheel well to tuck this thing like I want to tuck it. So we are going to go in and massage that a little bit, basically hit this inner lip here. Let me show you guys something in case you're wondering. All right, so you got an issue like this and you look at the fender and you say, okay, so basically right about here and up, it's starting to touch, right? So if you look at that, right about here, and then it's starting to touch up here. Okay, so you wonder, you know, are these two pieces of metal exactly the same? Like if I hit this, is it gonna dip my outer fender? So let's look at it over here. We got a perfect piece as an example. Above here is where it's rubbing. So let's look. Look at that. We've got quite a bit of room in there, guys, that we can kind of beat and bang and kind of get some more room here. So now this is the Poop Coupe. So if we beat and bang on it and it dents the outer, you know, fender out here, it's not the end of the world, right? But before we do that, I got something else to show you. I got another order in from LMR. I had to have some shit for the Poop Coupe. So let's go over what we got and let's talk about the game plan with this thing. As you can see, we got some seat belts here. Now, I know, right? Nobody likes to buy seat belts, but when you got to have them, guys, you got to have them. This car has no seat belts. I don't have any to take out of another car to put in it, so yeah, I had to bite the bullet and buy these. Now here's what I want you to show you on your seatbelt stuff from LMR. This is kind of all the packaging here that comes with the seatbelt. So you got your seatbelts. They even send you with Torx bits, which is awesome because they know most people don't have these, or I can't ever find mine at least. Plugs and all your sheaths here. So pretty cool, right? These things are not cheap, but look at what goes into this. Now you're paying for some nice quality stuff, y'all. I mean, this is like factory shit here. So ours just, I don't know what the deal was with it, but you could turn it off and the damn thing will just come on automatically by itself. So I don't know what the issue is with that. Over here, we've got some UPR double adjustable uppers, and I forgot to order the damn bushings here. So we're gonna be running stock bushings for right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and install these things so we can get the pinion angle right on the car. We probably won't set pinion angle today, but I'm gonna go ahead and get them on there. This is the easy part. Installing these right here, nothing to it. This is the fun part. I'm gonna go ahead and get to work, and I'll catch you guys in a minute. We've got our upper control arms off the car, and I want to show you guys probably something that you already know, but that's how to adjust these out. The best way to adjust it is to take your control arm and put a bolt through it, your old one. All right, go ahead and line that up. Then come through on your other one and put this in. All right, what you want to do now is go ahead and lock everything down because you've got it where you need it. All right, and that's going to be your stock length. So why does it matter? Why is it so important to get the stock length? Even if you're going to be setting your pinion angle, right? And you're going to adjust all this stuff out. Why is it important to do this? Well, it's because you don't want to start with everything off center. You want to start with everything in the exact position. The main thing that this does is put the rear end in the exact configuration that it was in before you pulled these out. And then once they're both even in the exact same length, then you can start to turn them to adjust pinion angle or side to side or whatever you need to do on your rear end. So that's why it's super important that you go ahead and set everything up to match first. We got everything in place. She's looking good. So from here, once we lock the bolts down, what we'll do is go ahead and start working on our pinion angle. Now, I don't have a drive-on lift or a 4-post lift, so it makes it kind of hard, but you can do this on the floor, or you can always set the car up on some blocks or whatever you need to do. Just make sure that the wheels are on the ground or this thing is loaded up like it needs to be if it's on the ground. But with all that being said, what I'm going to do now is go ahead and tighten everything down. And one thing that I do need to do on this car is adjust side to side. The rear end was sitting too far this way, so it's probably going to be like a half a flat. So if you guys don't know, you adjust these things, or I guess a good rule of thumb at least is to adjust a flat at a time. So see how this is flat up top? You would twist it until you get to another flat. So that's kind of how that works. Anyway, I'll probably adjust one flat at a time and see if we can't get this rear end to center back up. So I'm gonna go ahead and work on that, guys, and then I'll show you what it all looks like when it's all said and done. Here's the car running off of the Mega Squirt, and I'm gonna show you right here. We'll change the timing to 30 degrees at idle. And the car instantly idles up. Change it again to, let's just say 10 degrees. And the car changes tones as well. So at this point, the only thing that I use the timing for at idle is just to get a sound that I like, because the car is immediately going to go into these other tables, these other cells here. So watch, as soon as I touch the throttle, see? So this car usually likes about 13 degrees of timing at idle. 13 degrees, enter, burn. There it is. That's the difference that timing makes on these cars as far as how they sound, how they run. Also, I got the seat belts in the car, so these ones from LMR worked out really good. Right now, I only have one in. Got my dash back together. I got my new steering wheel, well, old steering wheel, out of the Retro Fox. I do want you guys to notice just how quiet this thing is up front, other than the fans. Listen how quiet that is. The little engine just smooth as it can be. It just got a ton of blow-by. Look at the blow-by coming out right here. As you can see, we got the engine out of the Poop Coupe. I didn't bother to video any of that last night because it only takes about 30-45 minutes to pull this engine out. So what are we doing here? Why is the engine out of the car? Well, I think most of you know that this engine had excessive blow-by. I showed it in a couple of videos. And I know a lot of people are saying, you know, try this and try that. And I was all for it. I think Berryman's B12 or whatever it is. You know, I was going to try all that, but we really just don't have time. Texas, we're leaving in like 6 days to go to Texas. So I'm just gonna pull this thing out, do a very, very cheap budget rebuild, and see how she runs. We got our deglazer here. I don't know what grit this is. Here are our main bearings. So got all this stuff from Summit, by the way. Rod bearings, and then some rings. Now that's not it. We do have some valve springs coming from Anderson Ford Motorsports, some trick flow valve springs for the stock heads, and also head studs. You guys said you wanted it budget, we're gonna keep it budget. I wanted to put a stroker motor in it, but Caleb, I was talking to him, Foxcast Media, I was talking to him and he's like, man, don't do the stroker. He was like, I think you're gonna lose your audience. You said you were gonna do this thing budget, you need to keep it budget. He's right, I 100% agree. At some point though, we are going to do something, and probably in the next video, I'll go ahead and spill the beans as to what we're doing. But I do think that I owe you guys the respect to keep this thing budget, finish it out, take it to the track a couple of times, and then we'll go ahead and ramp things up. All right, so we've started taking some stuff off. Got the bell housing off. John's working on the headers. It shouldn't take too long. We're not going to rush through this. We're just going to take our time with it. You guys see those? We are going to smooth those out a little bit and just clean up the exhaust port some and the intake. Yo, check that out. Literally, if I had to guess, man, that's at least a couple hundred thousandths ring gap. No wonder this damn thing had so much blow by. John, what did we just find, man?
Mike Tyson's gap.
Bruh. Look at that. And that is centered in there. We dropped the piston in there to make sure this is centered. So let me show you what we're working with here. There it is. Look at that. See that? Okay. You want to know what that measurement is? 173 thousandths ring gap.
From the old ring.
Yeah, from the old ring. So this is why we had a blow-by issue. I'm curious on that second ring too. All right, so here's the second ring. So let's try that out. God, this ring is sharp as hell. Is that one sharp?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, it ain't much better. Yeah, so it's a little smaller, but that's still probably 100 thousandths right there. Holy crap. So roughly 135 thousandths. Holy shit. That's on the second ring. So let's do something here. Let me give you guys a little demonstration. Let's think about what we got going on here. So we got a big ass ring right here, right? That is letting air and compression come through the top, and then all it's got to do is find this other hole. Can y'all see that on camera underneath? So that's the issue. You get compression loss there, it comes down through there, and then it's got another big ass hole right there to find its way out. So that, I think we figured out that was like 38 thousandths or something like that. That'll work. We don't have to gap these rings, that's the good thing. It's like a razor blade, man.
Yeah, you can actually see the raised up lip
Mm-hmm.
from this direction.
Yep. The cylinder walls are glazed over. And this is also bad for compression. That'll cause an engine to smoke and have blow by. Enough of all that. You guys now know what the issue was with the car. We're getting the head shaved. We're putting new trick flow valve springs in. We're gonna get back to work. We'll catch you guys in a minute. There it is. All right, so let's look at the bearings. Bearings look good. Got some wear on them and stuff, but not bad at all. Look at this, y'all. Freaking piston, I mean, it just falls out. And these are like razor blades right here. Man, that's so sharp. That looks pretty good. And there again, we're not trying to get the lip off of it or anything like that out of the top. That looks good. We're just deglazing, guys. That's it. We don't need to take any more material than we need to off this thing. That'll work. All right, cool. We're gonna finish this up. Here's the side that we've already done. That looks way better. There's some up and down scratches in here, but we're just gonna have to live with them, guys. Show them what you got there, John. Ooh, purple power from the dollar store. Everybody does this differently. So I'm going to tell you what I'm doing, but trust me, there's a million different ways. I'm using motor oil inside the cylinders. I'm just wiping them down. Okay. We're also going to put motor oil on the piston and in the ring compressor.
Some goes tight. A lot better.
Hell yeah.
A lot more gooder.
Down.
Not yet. Down.
Oh, that's that look. The amount of sludge in this thing, you can't see it. Scoop it off in my hand here, along with this. Check this out, y'all. That is all metal in the bottom. I've never in my entire life seen this much sludge. I ain't never. And that ain't it. There's a bunch still left in there he's scraping out right now. Oh my God. All right, y'all, change of plans. We are headed to our local machine shop, to Southern Performance. We're gonna go up here and check out Ron and see if he can hook us up today, because we got a wild hair, me and John. We got a wild hair and decided, hey, let's just send the heads up there, see if he's got time to shave these things. So we've got an N41 cam in this car with stock valves and stock pistons. We should have enough clearance. I have spoken to Donnie B. You know, he pretty much is, you know, he's the guy when it comes to this. He's the man. And we should be able to get away with 20 thousandths off the heads. That'll go ahead and give us a little bit more compression, you know, kind of make these combustion chambers a little smaller.
Ready for the big reveal. Voila. There we go, it's an engine. So, look y'all, this thing went together pretty smooth. I'm happy. We painted it up, cleaned most everything. You know, it's looking pretty good. That looks so much better in there. The ring gap is now somewhere around 40 thousandths. These were not like a file to fit ring, so they are what they are. The cylinders are pretty close. They got some wear, but they're okay. I think we'll be just fine, guys. It's better than it was for sure, and I just feel good about it. But the big thing is the heads. So check this out. It's cost us $100 today, y'all. We got 20 thousandths shaved off the heads, so that'll help a touch with compression. Probably not much. We'll probably never know it, but I figured why not go ahead and deck these things. So that's what he did today. $100 is what it cost us to do it. Yeah, we'll come in and probably take that rough edge off, that sharp edge right there. You don't want any sharp spots in your cylinders because it will detonate. All right, so now look, we're just roughing this in right now. I know it looks like shit, but we're taking some of these Chief bits, I think is what they are, from Harbor Freight. They are very aggressive. They will take this cast head
and treat it like aluminum. So as you can see, you got a knot right in there. So all we're doing now, there again, this is rough, we're just getting started. Just chewing out that and then blending the sides in right here. But it'll look pretty good when we're done. They won't all be even, they won't be perfect, but they'll be a lot better. You can already see the size difference. See that? And then that. And then we're putting new trick flow valve springs in. We got those from Anderson Ford Motorsport. Yeah, check it out. If you guys want to know what you need for stock heads, this is what you need right here. These trick flow valve springs, and it comes with all your shims. It comes with the tool, little spacer in there, the tool that you need, all your shims. So here's the part number right here for you guys if you have stock E7 heads and you want to upgrade your valve springs. All right, right over here, we've got some studs because we will be spraying this car, and well, there's other reasons behind it too. And there you go. There is your part number right there. It's been a long day. It's been a productive day. Need to move that carburetor. But it's just been a long day. We've made trip after trip after trip. Guys, I want to tell you something. Let me see if I can see myself here. I want to tell you something. I started this project as a shoestring budget project. That shit got blown out of the water today. I mean, like,
Nickel and diamond.
yeah, man, it's just nickel and diamond me to death here. There's been so many times I wish I would have just went ahead and ordered a damn 331 stroker kit and been done with it. Yes, it would have cost more money, but guys, God almighty, I had to go buy another set of rings today. The rings that I ordered were the wrong rings. So I had to go back to O'Reilly, spend $160 on freaking rings. I've got about $300 in rings and bearings now. Yeah. Guys, I could have bought an entire stroker kit for about $1,100. I could have bought a whole stroker. Anyway, listen, I want to leave y'all with something on tonight's video. You're not gonna believe me. I know you're not. But before you do any type of stock rebuild like this, unless you're just doing kind of what we're doing, which is just rings and bearings, if you take it any further than that, and you're going to bore this thing, and you're going to go buy 30 over pistons, and then all that stuff, if you're going to go through that trouble, just order a damn 331 kit. Because, listen to me, you get pistons, rods, new crank, bearings, and rings for about $1,100. You really can't beat that. Now, I understand, you know, sometimes we just got to pinch every penny that we can pinch. And an extra $300-400 to do this is just not in the budget. I do understand. But if you can swing it, just order a stroker kit. You get everything you need. Or 347. You just got to notch the cylinders, okay? This shit will nickel and dime you to death trying to be ultra budget. Sometimes it ends up costing you a lot more. Unless, of course, you got a lot of time on your hands, which we don't have a lot of time. We got to go to Texas. John's going to be going to Texas with us as well. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Wiznap Mustangs. Now our boy John works there. So he's helped us out a lot on this car. We got a bezel from him not too long ago. John is loving it over there. And I mean, ain't that the dream job?
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. I'm so glad that he's over there. He's enjoying it. Roger loves him to death, and he loves Roger like it's one big family over there. So I couldn't be any happier. This has worked out great. Anyway, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up tonight. Andrew and Michael and John, I think Papa T, everybody's coming over tomorrow, and we're going to jump on this thing, and I'm going to turn Andrew loose on these heads. They're stock E7 heads. I'm not too worried about us like messing them up. It'll be fine. So we're going to turn him loose on them and see what he can do. And we got to get these valve springs and everything. We're kind of ahead of schedule here, so I don't know if we're going to have to. We might not be able to let Andrew do it. Might not. I might have to go ahead and get started without him. Anyway, guys, we'll catch you tomorrow. See you then. Looking good? Oh yeah, look at that, y'all. Got the knots cut out of them. Man, that looks good. That looks good, y'all. Widen the ports just a little bit, tapering the edges of them. Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, them things are just touching.
Papa T don't like the camera.
No, this is what we're working with. You see where it barely touched with the hairline right there.
So, as you can see, guys, we're lapping valves. And we started out with the hand tool, then we got lazy, went to the drill, but we did put a piece of rubber vacuum hose on it, just so you can't pull too hard. Now, here goes everybody in the comment section.
Oh yeah.
We're not doing it right. I don't care, okay? This is the way we're doing it. I'm no professional valve lapper. I've never done it in my life. I've watched videos. And look, here's the thing. It'll be better than it was. So.
Well, if you watched YouTube, you know how to do everything.
That's right.
Listen to the sound.
Yep. You hear the sound of it. It's rough, and then it gets fine. It's lapping in. We'll probably go back a couple more times. Squirt some WD-40 in there, kind of mix it in with the compound, and then pull them a little bit tighter, a little bit faster. Should polish out on that. One head that we've already done. There again, these heads were shaved 20 thousandths. We lapped the valves. John did some porting on the inside of the heads, just cleaning them up. all right, I'm recording.
Oh.
I just started. Oh, Lord. Hey, look who woke up, y'all. Barely. All right, so check it out. We've got head studs in. I always love the way these things look with studs. They look so badass, even though it's a little stock 302. Literally a 302. Not even a $4,000 306.
308.
Oh, excuse me.
Easy now.
Excuse me. All right, so we got these things done. We got our valve springs in. We will show you guys, at least on one, how to set up your valve spring height, check it, and all that. But these are the trick flow valve springs and the stock heads. John did some port work in here. Looks good. The heads have been cleaned up. Everything's been degreased, blown out, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to go ahead and set these things on. We're not using any brush tack or anything like that for this, just because, I don't know. We're just not today. I don't feel like messing with it. We got studs. If we were using bolts, I would definitely use brush tack or spray tack. There it is. Cool. All right, Andrew, come on. We're going to change the plans. We're going to go ahead and spray the heads. But anyway, that's what it looks like when you put your heads on. Andrew's good with head.
Fuck you.
Not gonna...
As soon as I heard Andrew, I was like, here we go.
Andrew, what time did y'all wake up today? Now, Andrew is the master at this. Y'all listen to me. So Andrew's probably the best I've ever seen at setting up valve springs. Man, he just has a knack for this stuff.
That's because he don't want to do it.
No, seriously, he's just really good at it. He's very thorough, and that's what you got to be when you're doing valve springs and stuff like that. So he did a very good job on his white car, so I'm going to let him take over.
I was waiting on it. Yeah, it's just...
Pop your valve in. Now, here's what I recommend. Put you some grease, something like that, and what that's going to do is allow everything to stick, essentially. See? You're about to make me mad, man. All right. Yeah.
It's on a game show.
All right, so now these are different. So your retainers are going to be different. So this is an intake. Make sure that you keep these correct here. So I'm going to drop it on. And this is fun. So sometimes I'm trying to do this more by myself here to show you. It usually takes two of us to do this, but if you put some of this grease on, it'll hold. Pull up here and give it a little tug up. They supply you with a rod here. Okay, this little rod, and what you want to do is slip this down in between. Now this one's fine. So see, that's the difference in all of these. This intake is fine because, as you can see, this thing fits in here perfectly. No issue. So we don't have to shim this.
No-go gauge.
Yeah. I recommend anytime you pull these off, just so you don't get confused, go ahead and put it back on top of the bag. So blue is intake, white is exhaust.
It's blue and white.
Blue and white. So stupid. And you're just going to go down the line checking every single one of these. If you need to, just add a shim. Add 2 shims. Add whatever you need to add. We've never had to add more than 1 shim. Anyway, that's how you check your spring height install right there. Just go down there, check them all, and then put your valve springs on. We'll show you guys how to do that here in just a second. This is what I recommend if you have the heads off the car. This is actually John's dad's right here. So what we're going to do is drop a valve spring on, and then go to the intake. This really kind of takes two people to do it, but you can do it by yourself. Okay. You have to adjust this, but I'm not going to get into showing you guys how to do all that. You'll figure it out. Best thing to do is get your locks started if you can. It usually tends to help. And then there you go, okay? Just put your locks in and do it that way. The old motor looks pretty good. We got some old header gaskets on it, but other than that, we just decided to reuse them. Looks pretty good. We did the best that we could with what we have. Sorry if the enthusiasm really isn't here right now. We're just tired, especially me and John. We'll give out, y'all. It's been one of these builds, and we're going to do a video. It's been one of these builds that'll make you question why you do this. Especially the way we did it. But anyway, with all that being said, let's go ahead, set this engine over in the car. We're going to put the transmission in it once we get it in the car. It's just easier that way. And Andrew is riding the damn cherry picker. Hell yeah. It's been one of them nights. It's been one of them weekends. Well, hell, it ain't even the weekend yet. It's just Friday. But that's all right, though. We're going to bust the old poop coupe off tonight. Here in probably, hopefully, about 30 minutes. I like all those different sizes.
Yeah, man.
Nuts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It keeps you on your toes, man.
Yeah, something like that.
Soon to be the scoop coupe. That's what we're going to call it, the scoop coupe.
Scoop coupe?
Yeah, it's going to scoop.
Oh, I thought you said scoop, like a hood scoop.
Oh, I like a chip. Dip out on your ass.
I'll catch you guys once we get it down and get ready. Hold on now, say this for the camera. You did what?
I put the fucking shifter handle on back there, man. That dude's way up there.
Okay. All right. We didn't put the radiator in. I recommend you guys, unless you're just very confident, wait on the radiator. Let me get a battery charger on it, or at least that jump box. Timing may be a little high. All right. Hold up. Hey, you work the throttle now.
Huh?
Work the throttle too. No. Yeah, I think we're too tall. With the distributor being that far over, we need to move. We're too tall, yeah. But hope you'll go ahead and pump up. I will let you guys know you're going to hear a scraping, scratching noise. For the longest, I thought it was the rear brakes. I had the wheels off probably 10 times trying to figure out what it was. Come to find out, it was the emergency brake cable was rubbing on top of the drive shaft. So eventually I figured it out after this video. So no more rubbing, scratching, scraping, all that stuff. All right, let's get back to the video. That was probably the most lame first drive you've ever seen on YouTube, right? No worries though, the car's just lean right now. I don't want to push the issue, and we're running out of time on the channel. We're trying to get ready for the LMR cruise in Texas. I'm just out of time, guys. When we get back, we'll go ahead, rejet this carburetor, fatten her on up, and go out and beat the shit out of the Poop Coupe for you. Overall, pretty good. Old Poop Coupe is back in action. So we're gonna wash this thing today, sand it. As you can tell, it looks a little different. I went in with some red interior dye and just kind of misted over it to give it more of a brighter red look. But then we're gonna come back and sand that off as well. Also, as you can see in here, we have an AFR gauge now, a wideband, and it's not hooked up to the computer because it doesn't need to control anything. Now we know that we're lean, so thank you to Berger for hooking us up with that. I went ahead and installed it last night, and we got that going. No leaks or drips to speak of. This valve cover over here has no baffle or anything in it, so I'm gonna have to wrap something around that just because, you know, it's wanting to drip a little bit. But yeah, happy with this thing. Everything's charging, everything looks good. The cam sounds so much better now. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and start it up and let you hear what the cam sounds like now versus before. And the main difference is going to be the valve springs in it. Yeah, we put some new rings in it, and that probably helped a little bit with compression, and we decked the heads. But for the most part, the difference in sound is going to come from those nice new trick flow valve springs. Come on now. Now, as far as the Poop Coupe goes, this is about all we're going to do with this thing before we take it to Texas. I'm going to try to rejet at least the secondaries on the carburetor, see if I can't fatten that up a little bit because I can't even play with it. I'll burn it down. That's extremely too lean. I will look back through the footage, but I think I saw somewhere around 16 to 17, so that's not going to work. Like I said before, the car doesn't have a power valve in the back of it, so you got to go up in jet size because of that. So I'll probably do that. I think the front barrels are probably okay. All right, so let's talk real quick about this carburetor here and issues that I have seen time and time again with a carbureted setup. When you put a new carburetor on, one of the first things you do before you even prime it up with gas is go inside, push the throttle all the way to the floor, and get somebody to verify that your carburetor is opening all the way. This carburetor was only opening about halfway. The back barrels were barely cracking open. So shout out to Andrew. He's the one that said, hey, did we ever check to see if this thing's opening, you know, to full throttle? And I said, no, actually we didn't. So we checked it, there was the issue. So that's a huge power robber. Also your bracket setup. I know back in the day, everybody used to just like put one little bracket back here with one bolt on it, and that is a bad idea. Nowadays, these things right here are so cheap. This bracket set up like this, you can go on Amazon and pick one of these things up for like 20 bucks, okay? Get one of these. Yes, you might have to have longer studs, but get one of these right here, because that way you know you're getting wide open throttle. A lot of times when you put one of those little El Cheapo brackets, or either you make something from home, a lot of times what happens, that bracket will swing on you and you won't get full throttle. So, all right, so before we go, I want to cover what we did to this car. We pulled the engine out, we put new rings in it, we put new bearings, mains and rods, put a new oil pump, cleaned out a ton of sludge in the bottom of this thing, ported the heads, or at least the home port anyway. John did that. And we also lapped the valves. We shaved the heads 20 thousandths. We put trick flow valve springs on stock heads to really kind of help. That way we can turn the car up. And it also helps with the way they sound. And I'm a big sound guy. And when they just kind of burble or gurgle, I don't really like that. I like for them to hit. And you're going to get a lot of that from valve springs. So the valve springs really help these cars, and you need to do it anyway, even with a B-cam. You don't have to, but fully expect your car to possibly float the valves if not. So I told you guys that I would let you know the scoop on the Poop Coupe. A lot of you come up to me in Texas at the LMR event and ask me about it, and I went ahead and disclosed all the information. But for you guys, it's time that you know what we're actually going to do with the coupe. Now, it's not as crazy as maybe some of the other YouTubers, and you know, it's nothing just out of this world, but I think you guys will really like it. And with these two cars parked here, I also think you understand probably what's going to happen. So I'll just go ahead and cut to the chase. We're taking the engine, transmission, rear end, everything out of the coupe, and we're gonna put it over into the Calypso. Then we're going to take the dark block 347 out of this car, TKX, rear end, K-member, and it's all going in this car. So I'm sure you guys probably are asking a question, well, why would you do this? Well, for many reasons, actually. As you all know, the Calypso has not been driven a lot lately. Now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the blow-through setup that we have on this car. I want you guys to know that ahead of time. Nothing wrong with it. I'm so pleased with the Calypso and how it runs with the carbureted setup, but at the same time, I just don't feel like this is the right car for this particular engine combination, rear end, and all of that. Why is that? Well, the rear end is a full spool rear end, right? So this thing pops and creaks and chirps the tires as you try to turn. You guys know all about that, right? The idea behind the Calypso was always to be a Cobra tribute car, clone, whatever you want to call it. So I wanted something really nice to be able to drive. I love the 347. I love the power that it makes, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel like it's in the right car. Transition over here to the Poop Coupe. This is the car that we decided we were going to drag race a little. Now, I'm not going to go to the track every weekend. We're not going all in on this, but this will be the car that we probably do race. So we built a little 302 stock bottom end type deal here. Cam, stock heads. So you're probably thinking to yourself, well, that makes no sense. Why would you want to take the stock bottom end, stock headed car to the track and let that be the track car when you've got something like this sitting in here? So those were my exact thoughts as well. So I hatched a plan to swap drivetrains. Now, I knew about this early on. I figured I was probably going to do this because this is the lighter car, being the coupe. They do tend to work a little better as a drag car. These hatch cars are pretty soft. They're pretty unstable. They twist and shit like that. A coupe is a lot more rigid car. This car can go back stock bottom end, stock heads with the turbo. So we are going to leave the turbo on this car. 10 pounds of boost. It should be a really, really fun car. Now, we're not leaving it carbureted. There again, I have no issue with the carburetor. It works great, but I want to go back fuel injected so I can put the stock hood back on the car. There again, a Cobra tribute car. There's a couple things I need to respray, really clean this car up nice again, and I want to drive it and enjoy it. So the carburetor that is currently on this engine will go on the new 347, which is why I bought a 750 instead of a 650. I know a lot of people had questions about it as to, you know, why would you do that? That's why, because we were going to put this in there. Now, at some point, this will end up being a 363 because it is a dark block. Right now, it just has a 347 with a cast crank and forged pistons, okay? So nothing super crazy. It's got a Scat 9000 crank, and yeah, it'll hold pretty good bit of power, but probably not the amount that we're gonna wanna try to push through this thing. So we're gonna have a nice T5, a nice built rear end that's not crazy. Got the factory limited slip in it. I'm gonna put it all in this car, and it's gonna be so sweet, man. We're gonna be able to drive this thing around. There's the plan. There's the big plan that we've got for these two cars. But if you're being honest with yourself, doesn't it make more sense to do it this way? To have this as the nice car with my, you know, factory style, maybe even some makers, Cobra wheels back on this thing, cleaned up again and driving around. And honestly, this car should be the race car, if we're being honest, right? I mean, this thing's stripped down, it's gutted out, makes more sense. But we're not done yet. There is a couple of other things I want to talk about. This car will have a cage in it at some point, probably nothing crazy. more than likely we'll just put a 6-point roll bar in the car. We'll weld it where we can weld it, and we'll do everything that we can do to make it as safe as possible. Also, we're gonna put some Scott Rod door panels in this thing. We've already started dynamiting. Don't look at the junk in the back. We just come back from Texas. But as you can see, we got dynamite in this thing, and it really helped out a lot. We will be putting some race seats in the car with harnesses, so that'll be cool. Other than that, the interior is pretty much gonna stay about the way that it is now. Suspension wise, at some point I'd like some really nice Vikings or QA1 or some type of coilover, maybe a anti-roll bar in the car. Who knows? We'll just kind of go ham on it as time goes on. Something I want you guys to remember is we did do this car on a budget. I did what I said I was going to do. We did it. We accomplished it, guys. You helped motivate me to get this thing done, and we got it done. We've achieved it. Now, you guys are still expecting me to take this to the track and get some times, right? I'm all for that. I completely agree. We'll get the car to the track at some point, and if something happens and the tracks start to shut down before we're able to go, we'll at least get the draggy out and we'll do some testing and maybe even run it against Andrew's car on motor. I'm hoping that we can get a 100 shot or 150 shot on this thing before we do the engine swap. Now, my buddy Ben does have a nitrous kit that he said I could buy from him, so we may do that. Guys, I know I've let you down in the past. We've said we're gonna take this thing to the track. I think we only took it to the track one time. I don't know, I'm just not into the track thing as much as I used to be, but something like this where there's no expectations, you just take it to the track. If it falls on its face, you laugh about it and you enjoy it, you have fun with it. The expectations will go up on this car as well as soon as we put all this stuff in here. Something you guys may not know about me if you're new to the channel is I grew up kind of at the track. I grew up drag racing, bikes, cars, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, dirt bikes, anything. But I have spent a lot of time at the racetrack. I'm no Neo Mustangs or no Turbo John or no 5.0 Tussin. No, I don't go to the track that much, but I do know my way around. I chose to get out of the track life because it took away so much from my life, so much from family time and actually enjoying these cars. Because if you guys don't know, once you start going to the track and you start trying to build a race car or a fast car, you start to lose focus on it being nice. And it quickly becomes a car that's not really a daily driver. That, yeah, it's fast, but it's kind of got one purpose. I'm not gonna try to sell you guys on it. I think most of you understand and you probably get it and you're like, yep, that makes sense. But for those of you that don't get it, I just want to keep this one nice. I want to drive it around, enjoy it the way that it was meant to be enjoyed. Not that you can't, but it's not as fun. And then we'll make this one the little beast. So there it is, guys. There's a big plan. That's what we're doing. We're going to swap everything around between the two cars. I don't know. It just, to me, it makes perfect sense. We're going to have a nice T5 that we got from Handling Motorsports that we can actually use now, that we don't have to go out and abuse, right? Because we're going to be asking a lot out of this T5 at the track with nitrous and everything else, not, you know, to not break it. They're not meant to do that. Can you do it? Yes, you can do it, but you got to be very careful, and you're probably on limited time. Now, this car over here has a TKX, and we can really beat the shit out of it. Not saying that it won't break either. It very well could, but less likely to. So that's the plan, guys. And I'm gonna leave you with one more thing. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I very well could get started on it in the next week or so. Here we go, guys. So I told you we were gonna do something crazy. Like that, we just need to make the stripe out of that.
Oh, sword.
Yeah. So we're experimenting right now. We really need a high speed, like a grinder with one of these discs on it, is really what we need. So I may have to run and change up some stuff because a sander, let me show you guys what a sander does. A sander will work, but watch the difference. Here you go. That's the sander versus something that does it.
All it does is move the paint on top of each other.
Yeah, it's just an orbital buffer. You take this and it's immediately going to go ahead and get it. And it gives it a nice kind of shine, which is what we're going to want. We're going to want this thing to kind of shine. So we'll do some thinking on this, try to figure it out. I'm just experimenting today. We're not taking the whole car down. Really, the best thing to do would be chemically strip the car and then come in with something like this, or even at that point, you could use a sander, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So let's play around with this fender and see what it looks like. I'll tell you at the end of the video what we're gonna call this car, and I think it's gonna make sense. John's a pretty cool name, huh? We're just sanding it and then grinding it down. So this car will be all metal and clear coated, just like this. See the swirls in it? That's what we want. We don't want a completely smooth car. Also don't want the car to rust, so we don't want it to flash rust. A little here, a little there, no big deal. So this car's gonna have to stay inside until we get done. Honestly, it shouldn't take any more than 2 days to do this, to get it completed. Maybe 3 or 4 days, honestly, because I won't have the help to do it. But check it out though. What do you guys think? Something different, right? Something unique. We're gonna clear coat it, and we're gonna put the trim back on this thing. We're gonna paint the bumpers to match. I say paint to match, but whatever we feel like color-wise would best match this thing once we get done. Don't get me wrong, guys. I love the way the old Poop Coupe looked over here, but it's just time to change it up. We got to do something different. So this is a high-speed buffer with 80 grit on it. So what we're doing here is basically taking the paint off as much as we can first. Our sandpaper is completely worn out, but that's what we're doing first. We're getting it down, you know, most of the paint off, and then we're coming back in with a flat disc and just working this thing. Look how quickly, I say quickly, it's not gonna look like it, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not too bad. But watch how quick this goes. About it is you really don't have to worry about anything, right? That's how quickly this is going to go. Look at it. Ooh, that is a picture right there.
Look at it. Look at it this way.
All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and work on this thing some more. I'll give you some updates as time goes on. I think it's going to be ridiculous. Hope you guys like it. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, y'all. Back at it with another custom cowl hood. Now this one's going to be real rough, and I want to kind of show you guys what it takes to do this. So I didn't video earlier. I've got something in here propping this thing up, but all you got to do is come in with a grinder, cut this thing out, find something to lift it up with to the height you want. You want to come in, lay yourself a piece of metal in here like this. Lay it in here. So once you get your metal laid up, obviously it's going to be too tall. Then you just want to come in from this side and mark it, then cut it. Once you cut it, it should be really close to fitting, kind of like this. We'll obviously have to pull this thing down, but it'll fit kind of like that. Just get in, start welding it up, y'all. I didn't have a long enough piece, so I'm just going to do it in 2 sections. Once we weld this up, I'll come in, slide a piece in there, mark it, drop it down in there, weld it. So not really much to show you guys. These things are really easy to do. Now to make look right, they're not so easy. This thing's looking pretty sweet, y'all. We will get all the red off of it. I did play around with kind of the gray, like what it might look like. Let me give you guys kind of an idea. It'll be a lighter gray than this, but it'll all be cut in real nice and tight. There's some overspray there, but just trying to kind of get an idea of what the car might look like, and that's roughly it. So anyway, that's it. We're gonna go ahead, start welding this thing up. This didn't work out as good as I'd hoped. It started out really good down here on the first piece. The second piece was really too tight, and I should have done this first. I don't know if I mentioned it already in the video. I should have put this in first. Either way, though, it doesn't really matter because this is supposed to be rough, and this thing's going to be sanded all down. Just a quick little job. Literally, guys, you can do this and give yourself, I don't know, 3 hours, and you can do something like this. We're not worried about the hood being perfectly straight. As you can see, it's got dents and stuff in it, but that's perfectly fine with us. Anyway, here's the hood. We're gonna grind it out a little bit right here, kind of somewhat smooth it out. But yeah, this thing will be taken down to bare metal as well. It's gonna go on the old Poop Coupe. So I don't know if I showed you guys this last night. I can't remember what I videoed. I was trying to kind of give you an idea of what it might look like with just the gray there. So I'll show you guys again if I did show you. You know, take away the hood, let's see. Something like that, right? It's kind of what this thing's gonna look like, just with a lighter gray and obviously finished out really nice. But this thing completely changes as you walk around it. Well, in the sunlight at least. It starts to swirl up and everything else. Perfect or anything, but that's kind of an idea of what it looks like after it's ground down. I gotta finish welding up some stuff, but it's got a big dent in it here and some other stuff. We are back at it on the Poop Coupe, aka whatever we're gonna call this thing. All right, so here's what we're doing with the car. Probably doesn't look a lot different to you, but trust me, there is a huge difference in this thing. And I'll take you around to the other side and show you. So now all the paint's been stripped off the car. I mean, sure, there's probably a spot or two here and there, and I do have to go in the cracks and crevices, but what you're seeing now is a fully stripped body. And what this will allow us to do is put a design on the car. Right now, it just looks like a really bad silver paint job, so I don't want it to look like that. But up close, you can see the car is stripped down really good. And this thing's full of dents too, you know, by the way. We're not obviously trying to fix any of that. You can't in what we're doing. But that's that. So let me show you the tool that I'm using now. I went to Harbor Freight and picked up one of these things. And it's like a metal conditioning tool, reconditioning tool. And this thing's about worn out already on one side of the car. So I want to go back and grab another, I guess. But this works really good. So I'll set you up real quick so that you can see how this thing works. See, everything looks a lot more uniform, right? There's no way to make this thing perfect unless you just, you know, drug it one direction, and you could do that. But there's no way to make this uniform because of all the curves and everything else. So I'll kind of do my best, and then I'm going to come in afterwards and swirl it up. Whew, a lot of work left to do. I've got one side done, and now I've just got to do this side. This part right here is really the only real bad section. The rest of it doesn't have a lot of paint on it. But anyway, I'm gonna jump back on this, guys, and I'll show you what it looks like when I get done, and then we'll start the swirling process and then the cleanup of all the corners and everything else. Push the silver out so you can see it change as it goes by. It's gonna be awesome, y'all. The day has come. We are going to shoot some clear on the Poop Coupe, or whatever we call it. Got this thing wiped down. There's really not much to show you. And other than this, there is one thing. Papa T, show them what we got worked up over here. We added some blue candy to it. It's gonna be light, guys. It's not gonna show up a whole lot. And then it's got a lot of flake in it. We added some flake. We're basically ready to spray, so I'll get started here in just a second. All right, guys, here's your big reveal, I guess, if you will, of the Poop Coupe, and I'm not happy. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I don't like the way this looks. I chose to add candy to this thing last minute, and I shouldn't have. I don't like it on here. This side of the car actually looks pretty cool, but trust me when I tell you, outside in the sunlight, it does not look that good, and the other side definitely doesn't. So I'm gonna turn the camera around, show you what we got, and then tell you what we're gonna do about it. There. We are going back down to bare metal again, guys. I can't do it. I can't take it. It does not look that good. It's splotchy. As you can see, dark and light spots. And the reason is because of where we sprayed it. We weren't worried about walking the car originally because it was just clear coat. Well, when we added the pearl in, or the candy, or whatever you want to call it, we couldn't walk the car, so I was getting stuck in between spots. And anyway, I'm not even worried about the blotchiness. That's not even that big of a deal. It's just the color. Everything about it just sucks. Now, I will admit the hood looks pretty damn cool. I like that. That's badass looking. The rest of the car, not so much, guys. Check that out. It just does not look good. Anyway, I hate to do it, guys, but I'm going to go ahead and strip this thing back down to metal. Papa T is on his way over. Shouldn't take us too long. It's going pretty quick. And you guys are probably like, oh, man, just leave it. It's the Poop Coupe. But it's not my vision. I wanted this thing to be raw metal, and this just doesn't work for me. So anyway, we're going to go ahead, redo this thing, and I'll get up with you guys once we get some of this shit knocked off of it.
Act like that. Guess I gotta hit him with the update. Okay. I been getting to it when I'm up late. Yes, sir. Hit it when you at the front gate. Act like that. Guess I gotta hit him with the update. Really with it, I ain't got a pump fake. Killer flow and hit him with the one take. Please tell me what's to them boys. I know they ain't talking about me. Hold up. All up in the DMs for the feature. I know they ain't talking about free. Shouting no lie, no leaf. I ain't gonna lose no sleep. You don't have an HG. What you gonna say, you gonna read. But I'm gonna kill what I deep by the end of this beat. Put a little honey in my teeth. Put a little pep in your step. I bet on my soul. If you don't go, I bet you don't know.
I'm thinking about leaving the car more like this time. We will do some type of little pattern or something with it, but I really like the way this back looks back here. That kind of brush look. But we'll see. We're just going to knock the paint off of it or clear coat off of it first, and then we'll come back and decide how we're going to flatten the car out. All in all, this is only probably taking about an hour and a half probably to get to this point. The roof's done. Just got the back of the deck lid. Hell, I may even leave that. That's kind of cool looking. And then a little bit on the side left, and that's it. So.
You put the twirls on there like that.
It's magic.
Look, man. He's Mr. Miyagi with the grinder, son.
Mr. Miyagi.
Come on, man. Come on,
All
Daniel,
right,
son.
so here's how we're doing the swirls. It's simple. We're just taking a grinder with a flap disc, laying it up there, swirling it up. Now, I'll probably go back over the car one more time, but to show you just, I guess we can do it up here on the fender. Show you the difference it makes once you do this. Anyway, that's all there is to it. We'll probably go back over it one more time. I'll step back and see, but that's it. So we'll see y'all once it gets done. All right, here we go. John, what you think? What you think?
It's cool because you got to wear shades.
Only driving on overcast days?
Only overcast, baby.
All right, y'all, check this shit out. Oh my God, it's blowing the camera out. When I tell you that this thing is bright, I mean, it is like the brightest car, short of it being chrome, I've ever seen. So anyway, here it is, y'all. We've clear coated the car again since I screwed up and did it the other way and had to add the green and all that in it. Ugh. Horrible, horrible. All right, so the car is clear coated now, and we were not clearing this car and trying to make it like flat. I mean, if you look at it, it's got trash and but it's fine. That's not the point. The point is, we didn't want it to rust up on us. So we got all our names again in the back, and I think they look a little better this time. And I probably misspelled somebody's name or left something off, I'm sure. Somebody said I did in the last one, but it is what it is. So a shout out to all you guys that contributed and everybody for watching the build. This side of the car is the side that looks like garbage because it's so dented up, and when you add clear, you really just kind of, I don't know, bring attention to it. So this side of the car is pretty bad, but it's okay. We had to do what we had to do. The roof of this damn thing's got plenty of clear coat on it, I can promise you. I poured it to it, and it really didn't solvent pop much. It did some, but it'll be all right. Our hood's looking pretty good. We still got some remnants of that green. I just left it. It's kind of cool, I guess. But we're about to untape this thing here in a minute, and we'll go ahead and roll it out for you guys. We'll have to find some better light just to show y'all, but trust me, it's bright. There we go. Woo, look at that. My God. Oh yeah, that's pretty right there. That side looks good. The only time that side doesn't look good is when it's backlit. Behind you, you can see all the dents and everything. I think it's cool. And she's talking shit. All right, so let me talk to y'all for a second. I mentioned it in the other video, but the reason for doing something like this is, well, for one thing, to be different. And the other reason is like if you're low on money, right? If you got a limited budget and maybe you got a car like this that was destined for the scrapyard, you take sandpaper and, you know, a flap disc and just go to town and create your own style. Maybe do X's, maybe do check marks or lines or whatever the hell you want to do. Polish it out. It doesn't matter. This is a really good option for a lot of you. And that was the main reason for us doing this car this way, is it just gives us a chance without having to do body work and paint a car to present you something to look at. I don't know. I think it's really cool. It's not for everybody, I get that, but it's cool nonetheless. So total, all in all, I think we had like $30 in spray paint. I had probably $30 in sandpaper, and I'm not gonna count my grinder. I mean, this, you know, I already had that for years. I know, John's like, look down there. But it's actually pretty cheap to do this. We probably got $150, $200 in this whole thing with the clear coat. What's going on, guys? As you can tell, we got a new mascot for the channel. This is Tucker. He's an English Bulldog. He's 16 months old, and he was just rehomed to us. And we love him. This dude is a trip, y'all. A trip. So we're gonna have Mr. Tucker on the channel a lot. Trust me, he'll be out here in the shop. Oh boy, he's a mess. All right, so with that being said, we got to work on the Poop Coupe. So this thing has the factory steering rack in it, and it's just been disabled, so the lines have been cut and all that. We want to put a manual steering rack in this car so that we can make this thing easy to turn. Now I want to talk to you guys about maybe what would be the reason in wanting to put a manual steering rack in one of these cars versus just leaving it power steering. The main reason, in my opinion, for most people is going to be cleanliness. If you want your engine to be simple and clean, where you can just like look up through here and see all of this open space, that's what you're gonna want, is a manual rack. Now, so obviously you get to remove the power steering pump, which is just, it's just an eyesore, right? This car's not gonna have AC, it's not gonna have any of that other stuff, so this allows us to keep things simple. Well, to keep it simple, a manual steering rack. This is from LMR, it's a Unisteer, and it is a 20-to-1. Now, full disclosure, I've never had a Fox body to have a manual, aftermarket manual steering rack. This will be the first one for me. Now, I've had cars, obviously, with manual steering. This car has manual steering and all that, but that's different. This is aftermarket stuff here. I think I had a coupe back in the day, years ago. I think it had a manual steering rack on it, but I didn't install it. I bought it that way. All right, enough rambling. So what's included in this kit? What do you got to do to make this happen? We're going to unbolt this thing. There's really only 2 bolts that hold it. One there and one there. Take our outer tie rods off because this thing comes with new ones, and drop the whole thing down. And that's pretty much it. So John's on his way over, and we'll probably just go ahead and knock this thing out. Oh yeah, we're trying out some new microphones. Hopefully these things sound good. If they don't, blame it on the mic. And anyway, with that being said, Tucker's over here all tuckered out. He's had a rough day today, ain't that right, boy? The wind's blowing outside, and he's a little nervous, but he's all right. We got our steering rack here, and we're just trying to figure out how everything goes. We're just gonna get our bushings in it for now. Get this thing up there, see what it looks like. Seems well built, I'll say that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Ow.
And yes, we know we're dressed alike.
Yeah, we didn't mean to do that. Or then again, maybe we did. Who knows?
Look, it's really the same
Because of that extension.
because of all this is
Yeah, it
gone
is.
now.
It is, you're right.
We were concerned about the size of the shaft being too short, but this part right here is actually taken out of the manual rack.
Yeah, so it's really, I guess, the same. So, cool. I mean, hey guys, I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you question yourself, and I had never installed one of these, so I'm definitely questioning life.
I might be breathing like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
We gotta play with these knuckles, see?
See? So we thought these things were going to be way too big, and we had heard rumors that they hit headers and everything else. And looking at them in the box, we thought for sure they're not going to work.
We thought if it's on the internet, it's got to be true.
That's right. But look at the gap. Look at the difference we got in the headers right there. So honestly, guys, this is awesome so far. Now we've not splined it up in here. Something we need to tell you guys. not that we ever did this, but there's 2 different splines on these. So these knuckles, that knuckle is a different spline from that knuckle, okay, top and bottom. You can beat them on and force them to go. Don't ask me how I know.
We wouldn't recommend it.
Wouldn't recommend it. But if they're not slipping in, it's because you got them splined up wrong. So we took it back apart and they just bloop. Probably have to re-spline it a couple times to get everything to line up with the throw. But that's it. That's how it lays up in there. We'll get back to you guys here in just a minute. A few talking points on this. I am not a manual rack expert. This is the first one I've ever installed, okay? I think John's done one maybe years ago.
This is the only rack I know how to work.
Oh, that's nasty.
That's nice.
These don't have castle nuts anymore. So no castle nuts, just lock nuts. That's different. I don't know how I feel about it, but if you guys have used these and you like it, or what did you do? Did you use a castle nut and did you just drill through the stud here, or did you leave it? I don't know. But there again, no castle nut, and it's just a lock nut. There's no hole in the top of this to be able to put a cotter pin or anything.
So it looks good.
It looks good. So we're gonna go ahead and lower this thing down and see how she do turn.
There's also no flat spots for you to adjust, as you can see.
Yeah, no flat spots. We noticed that earlier.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good up in there.
Yeah, I like it up in there.
Put it on Tucker over there. He don't like when this car comes down. Look, freaks him out. Watch. Here we go. Look. He's like, hell no.
You don't like that shit.
At all. So look, how I need to clarify now. I got the dog. He's 16 months old. He's been fixed. He's overweight. He's 75 pounds.
Just a little.
Yeah, just a little. So we're gonna put him on a. He was on 4 cups a day, so we're just gonna move him down to 3 cups a day. And he didn't have a yard. He didn't have a place to run. So here he's got room. He's already been running around with the kids. Before he had to be on a leash every time he was taken out. So I think he's gonna be fine here.
How long did he run before he started tiring out?
He made 2 trips to the back fence with the girls, and then he was running sideways after that. I'm not going to start the car up, y'all, because he will freak out over that. So there's no point in starting it up anyway. We don't have any power steering, so. All right, we'll see how this thing turns. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Oh boy, I think we got our wheels all jacked up, but it'll be all right. I'll fix that shit later. Okay. We're inside the car. We're not moving. Here we go. Ooh, look at that. Oh man, that's not bad at all. Guys, that's the ticket, man. That's awesome. Now I know we're on a painted surface, but once the car is moving, it's going to be a lot easier. So
It wasn't nothing like that before.
no, I'll show you with one hand. I mean, kind of give you an idea. We'll drive the car and then we'll talk about it, but not tonight. So that's pretty good.
That is very
before
good.
You had to fight with this thing. So the steering is extremely solid, as you would expect. It's time we know what the Poop Coupe is going to run. So we're going to take this thing out today with the draggy and see what she runs through the 1/8 of a mile. Got it up here. Finally found this thing. I had lost it for a while. All right, let's go over this car real quick. Remind you guys what it is. Now, the car itself was a shell. We picked it up for $375 and had nothing in it. No dash, no wiring, no nothing. So we robbed some parts off of a 91 convertible that we had. We threw a little dash in it. So this car is still actually being controlled off the EFI, meaning it has a mega squirt in it and it is controlling timing only. So this car, there again, has a mega squirt in it with a factory fuel injection harness, only controlling timing. Car has 410 gears in it, UPR double adjustable uppers, I think south side lift bars with the relocation brackets for separation. It has Stifler subframe connectors on it. It's got a brand spanking new Hanlon Motorsports Z-Spec T5 in the car with a Ram clutch. Up here, this thing is a stock bottom end 302 that literally was worn completely out. Put new bearings, new rings, all that stuff. Stock bottom end. Anderson N41 camshaft. ATM 750 carburetor, 73s up front and 85s in the back. Stock heads, we just took the knots out of them. And that's it, guys. I can't think of anything else. Shorty headers, that's it. With all that being said, let's go see what she'll do in the 1/8 of a mile.
Steering wheel's a little crooked, but should be okay. I think this is the fastest that the Poop Coupe has ever been driven. And already almost the longest it's ever been driven. So hopefully we don't have any issues. I hear some squeaking back there. Sorry if the audio is bad. I'm sure it probably is. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and make some guesses. On the street, I think 9-0. If we can get a good path. Now this road we're about to go on has a slight grade to it, so it's probably going to show inaccurate on the draggy, but that's really the best road that I've got. It'll give us an idea. All right, we're going to try it to start with no burnout. Woo. Brakes are shoddy. All right, y'all, one more time. Brakes are dragging. Woo! We got some stuff to work on, y'all. That didn't go as good as I had hoped. We have a brake that's dragging real bad, and it was really shaking the car. So, I mean, all in all, I couldn't really do a burnout because I have to reset the damn GPS. But I think with a good burnout at the track, she'll absolutely go 8s. Sure, and that was still spinning real bad, and the carburetor's bogging. Okay. Okay. We got some things to work on with the Poop Coupe for sure before we really go out and start beating on this thing. Watch the steering wheel. Look. Well, can't see it now. It's shaking real bad. The brake booster is the one out of the Carbon Fox, and it was messed up to start with. I forgot about it. So. Got some smoke. Hopefully it's nothing too bad. Maybe we can get this thing home. I forgot to put the sock back on the air cleaner. I want to really snatch the gears hard and like power shift it, but I better not do that. Oh, and that last pass was uphill, by the way. The 880 was uphill. Back. Let's check the damage. See what we got. He's a choo-choo. About what I expected. Yeah, it's just these valve covers have no baffle in them.
So they're gonna leak like that. It's gonna need a little bit of thicker oil in it. I don't like running, like I'm running like 1030 in it. And this thing is definitely gonna like a little thicker oil. Anyway, with that being said, check her out, y'all. So I think what I saw was a 9.0 pass and then like a 9, I don't know, some other 9-second pass, which that's because the brakes were dragging the whole time. And then on the other pass, it was uphill, but the car hooked a little better. And I'm sorry, guys, I want to stop in the road and do a big burnout and get the tires sticky. But it's so hard to get this draggy set up and do that whenever you're on these roads around here. Like, there's cars coming constantly. And this thing is not exactly legal yet. But we are working on that, and I think we've got the problem solved. So we'll have this thing legal here in no time. Anyway. So, you know, I understand it looks like an amateur out there just, you know, trying to take off without doing a burnout, but it is what it is, y'all. I'm unsure of the car. As time goes on, sure, we'll get out there. We'll do everything that we need to do to get this thing to hook. Anyway, there she is, the old poop coupe. I'm impressed. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I really am happy with the way this thing runs. It runs really good. So if it ran a 980 spinning on the street uphill, and y'all trust me, it was uphill. Maybe you can see it in the video. I feel like at the track it'd go 860, maybe even better. Who knows what it could do. One of the few perks of living down south is the fact that we can go racing almost all year round. So the track is only like 8 miles down the road. There's not much to say, guys. I'm gonna drive the car. Papa T is gonna follow me down there, and we're gonna see what happens. We'll be running 8th mile. It's just test and tune. They said they will be prepping the track. So we'll see what happens. We're gonna go down there for probably an hour, 2 hours, see if we can get 3 or 4 passes in, and then we're gonna come back home and talk about it. We are on the road, headed to Cottonwood Dragway. It's only, like I said, maybe like 8 miles away. It's just right down this road. I know a lot of you guys are probably like, well, why don't you go to the track more? Well, you know, sometimes it's just that way. But it's time we get the poop coupe down here and see what this thing's gonna do. That good? Yeah, that's good. So we're here at the track, and one of the cars that Papa T painted, John Deere Green, shows up, and yeah, I think it's kind of cool. You painted that car, what, about a year and a half ago?
Yeah, about that.
Something like that, yeah. Well, all right, y'all. Let's go ahead and talk about today. Sorry for the wind. Not much I can do. We got Memphis in the house. We got the poop coupe. They're about to go ahead. They're dragging the track now, so we should get started pretty soon. Let's talk about expectations and what the car's got done. So right now, we don't have nitrous on the car at the moment. I made a post, and I didn't mean to mislead anybody, but it was a joke. We're not dragging the bumper today. All motor, this is a stock motor, okay? It's got an M41 camshaft, headers, and a carburetor intake. I mean, that's what it's got, nothing else. 14 gears. We removed the EGR bump in the heads. They're stock heads. I feel like today this car will probably run 820 is what I'd like to see. I think the car's capable of going 790, but it's cold. I don't know. I mean, this car doesn't make a lot of power, but to get it to run the 780, 790, you're going to have to pretty much leave on the rev limiter, and I don't know if the tires will hold today. We'll see. We're at 20 psi right now, which is extremely high on the tires, but we want to try that, see if it'll hook, and if not, we'll start working our way down. Anyway, we're here at Cottonwood Dragway. We'll get started here in just a few minutes. I hope to get about 5 or 6 runs in today. There's not a lot of people here early in the morning still. See y'all then. We'll see what it does.
It's sticky. Well, first try. Got reverse. Got first. I don't know. I'm gonna ease it around up there and see what happens. So I may have snatched it out of gear. We'll take it down here on the return road and hit it and see, but very well could have snatched it out of gear because everything seems to be fine and nothing should have broke. So we'll make a quick hit, see what happens. Get up here past everybody. Got second. Something else just happened. Just died. Well, guys, that's why it's called test and tune. So we'll see what happened under the hood. Well, we have no fire, so check over here in this kick panel. The car just literally died. All right, y'all, we'll figure it out. All right, so we are headed back to the house to go get the trailer, but I'm gonna grab the extra computer that I've got and a coil, and I think I snatched something under the dash loose whenever I went to grab second gear. So I must have snatched it out of gear because I took it back around and everything was fine. I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go make another pass. And then I took it down the return road. I hit second gear and the car died. Something had to happen. Like that coincidence that's not like a coil or a computer typically. More than likely something under the dash got pulled underneath the clutch pedal or something whenever I went to, you know, shift into second. All right, we're gonna go get the trailer, come back, and maybe if I can get it to start up, I'll go ahead and make a pass before we leave. We're kind of in a rush today. We don't have all day. We got everybody coming over, the family. We're gonna watch some football today, and we got to start cooking and go to the store, so we got like 2 hours. Anyway, catch you guys in. Look at that, we got Caesar in the house. He coming out here to check on us, see what's going on. So look, here's the deal, y'all. It didn't work out today. It is what it is. We had to load it up. We tried the new computer, new coil, a couple other different things. We just couldn't get it to fire. So something somewhere is causing the computer not to send fire. So we'll figure it out once we get home. I hate that it turned out the way that it did. It is what it is. Sometimes it be that way. Caesar, you ain't never had no problems at the track, though, have you?
Not too many.
You ain't supposed to say that. You're supposed to say, yeah, man, it happens.
If something happened, I loaded up.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
loaded up in the air.
So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and head back to the house and live to fight another day. I don't know. So see you guys when we get back. Well, there you go, guys. Put a new distributor in off the Calypso. That was not the problem. Way back up in there dangling the EEC relay. That's what did it. So after all this time, I snatched one out of the gray car and it's working. So we just don't have time to go back to the track. We have time, the track's still open for a while, but we've got everybody coming over for game day. I'm just gonna have to take this one, guys. I'm just gonna have to look like a clown, I guess, once again on YouTube. There's not much I can do about it. I'd love to go back and put a number down, but it ain't gonna happen. So we're gonna get this thing off the trailer and we'll talk about it some more. Let's go ahead and wrap this video up. This failed attempt at taking this car to the track and getting some good times. It didn't work out the way we wanted to, but it's okay. You know, to be honest with you guys, I'm a little upset with myself. I'm a tad bit embarrassed. I mean, you know, you want to go to the track, you want to make a good showing, but sometimes it doesn't work out. So You're gonna have failed attempts in life. It's just the way it goes. This sucked. This is our second time out in a few years. I mean, like, we took the Calypso out, and I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, whenever it was, took the Calypso out and had issues with it, and it sucked, and I always wanted to go back and make it right, but I wasn't able to before we changed the setup. But with that being said, let's go over what actually happened, and this will be a reminder to you guys if you're going to the track. Make sure you're paying attention to this type stuff. Yeah.
We're gonna whack the shit out of it with the special tool we got. I think LMR sells them.
Hey, it's moving.
Ow! Ow! My finger.
Look, guys, look who made it back. Everybody's been wondering, where's Andrew at?
I've been out of town.
He's been out of town. He's been fly fishing for salmon or something. Look at what we got going on. We got the Poop Coupe in the house, and we're trying to put this 93 Cobra brake booster in. So wanted to show you guys. I've never installed one of these, by the way, but I do know after watching one of LMR's videos that you might have to massage on this strut tower. So I know a lot of you have done this already, but I do want to show you what we're working with.
I thought that was like slow motion or something.
See, right on this corner, if you guys look right down here, it's hitting the strut tower. So we're just gonna clearance that. Probably would, yeah.
We're gonna whack the shit out of it with the special tool we got. I think LMR sells them. And that's gonna be a bitch.
Hey, it's moving.
Ow! Ow! My finger. You can't get no backswing on it. I'm beating the shit out of the valve cover.
Probably that little ball peen hammer worked good. Uh-oh.
Look at that. That ought to work.
That ought to work. Let's see. And
Maybe.
we're being lazy and we're not taking off the master cylinder here. So.
Well, that ain't really even the problem. It's really the clutch cable.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so long, you ain't got a lot of swing on it either.
Na-na-na-na. And just like that, we got this thing on. All right, let's talk real quick about what we had to do here. Honestly, we didn't have to beat on the strut tower much. You guys saw everything that we beat on here. So after that, it just slid right into place. Andrew got into the dash, did his thing.
I definitely put all 4 nuts on there.
Yeah, all four.
Torque to spec.
So anyway, that's it. We've not started the car up yet. I mean, this brake booster is bigger, but it's not something you really even notice. I could see to where it's going to make number 8 a little fun to get to, but it's not that bad. You know, it could be worse. You could be changing plugs in that car over there. Ooh,
that sucks.
That sucks. They got brakes? What does that look? What? Hold on, let me check it out. That's right. They could probably stand to be bled a little bit, but may have to pull that master cylinder back and adjust that rod.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Ain't good.
It's weird. It's even weirder whenever you feel it without any vacuum on it. I can feel the play in the pedal,
Yeah.
but it's not a lot. So here's the play in the pedal. That's not what we're feeling. Me and Andrew went ahead and bled the brakes. And guys, check this out. Something that we've never had on any of our cars. Well, I say that on any of mine, is rear brakes. And I did not realize that the rear brakes were working so good on this, but Andrew got in the car, pumped the brakes up, and they work. So that's awesome. We bled them all out. Feels pretty good. It's still a little spongy, but it feels good. It's the next weekend. We're gonna see if we can make a clean pass on the Poop Coupe. GoPro's giving me a little bit
trouble today, so hopefully it holds up. We grabbed a quick helmet from Papa T. Gotta have something, so hopefully we don't snatch this thing out of gear. So what we're gonna do is roll up in the water, give a full rotation of the tires because it's real muddy out. Really want to clean these tires up good. And we'll move forward just a little bit and do our burnout. If I move the rev limiter down to 6,000 RPM, that's going to be a problem. So let's get back and do a little clutch adjustment. We need to leave harder. See what happens. But overall, car made a pass. We just got to get some more clutch. So that was not a good pass. It kept bouncing off the rev limiter. So we'll get it sorted out. A 182 60 foot 861 at 82 mile an hour, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm happy with that. Why is that? Because I know the car left soft. I missed second. It was hitting the rev limiter. Guys, I do believe the car will go 80s, 820s. Made her first hit and it was horrible. So let's talk about what happened. For one thing, we didn't leave hard enough. I was gunshot. I had set the rev limiter down for some reason, moved it down to 6,000. The car does not like that. We're gonna put it back to 6,500 and shift from the hip. Got Caesar back in the house. Hey, we got a little something for him, don't we?
Yes, sir.
We got something for them. They don't know just yet, but last weekend when the poop coupe broke down over here, Caesar came up, as y'all saw. And if you guys don't know, I've known David for, God, forever. And he's into racing, been racing for years, him and Justin and all of our buddies. And he hit me up with a proposition. So probably tomorrow we'll go get what it is that we purchased from Caesar, and you guys will see. I will tell you it's got something to do with this car, so we'll talk about that later. And an 818 at 85 mile an hour with a 1.860 foot. So we know that there's, I'm gonna go ahead and call it, y'all. We won't see it today, but this car's got a 780, 790 in it. I know it does. It's just gonna be a matter if I can figure out how much to slip the clutch. This car is just not wanting me to throw the clutch. It just doesn't make enough power. It can be done, but I can't stay my ass in the seat to do it. So, and it bogs. I come back around, they said that the car was leaking gas. Sure enough, we got under the car and it's leaking gas from around the fuel pump itself. So the seal in the pump's bad. We're gonna shoot to the house. We've got an old Holly red pump. I'm gonna come back to the track, throw it in the car, and we'll see if we can't get another pass or two, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Either way, if the day ends today just like this right here, I'm happy with the car. It ran the number I said, which was 820 is what I wanted to see. So, but we are gonna shoot for 790. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'd like to see it, but we'll just have to see. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
These special A-end pliers,
Yeah.
they don't scratch the fit.
Yeah, these pliers don't scratch the fitting up.
No.
You can get them off Amazon.
Let me cover it up.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, we got a mess. Show them the
Anytime we got it up, we can get something in there, like a towel or something.
Oh, wow.
Leak is bad when you start.
Probably so, yeah. So we got it up above the tank so it won't leak. This is Dennis, my neighbor. So he come out to the track to support us today. So yeah, we're gonna try to throw this thing on there and see what we can do.
Not all his neighbors hate them, just most of them.
Yeah, not all of them hate me.
No, not all of them.
Just the ones next door.
Yeah. That's true.
Probably won't be able to race or test the tune anymore today. They're about to start the race, but we'll see. We might be able to get in between rounds. I'm just gonna take my time with it. I'm not gonna rush it. See if we can get this done.
Still got this towel for him.
You can use something I think Dennis brought. All right, well, I'm gonna get under the car, get this done. So we'll get back to you guys here in a few minutes. Baby. 8-0. So the car went 803. Definitely got more in it. 86 mile an hour. Guys, I'm happy. I'm tickled to death with this little car. That's leaving the line, slipping the clutch a little bit. Awesome. Alright guys, we got the Poop Coupe back to the track, and I'm very pleased with what we ran. So we managed an 801, an 803, and an 806. Also went an 860 something, I think it was, a 10 something whenever it popped out of gear on me one time, and I had to pull it back and take off. I didn't get that on video, but, you know, I'll be honest with you guys, it happened again. I tried to leave too hard. Anyway, with all that being said, I'm loving this car. I love the simplicity of the build. I think you guys enjoy it as well. I think the car will absolutely go faster. The car will probably go a high 780, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get it to do it. There is a fine line, and it's going to take seat time to figure it out. I know I can get it to go a 790 at some point, or I feel pretty sure of it. We went in 801. And, you know, I'm watching the videos and I'm sitting here thinking, man, why don't you leave harder? You know, I'm mad at myself. I'm like, just leave harder. Trust me, I'm trying at the line without putting this thing on the rev limiter and slipping the clutch. The issue I keep running into is it doesn't make any torque. And when you try to dump the clutch or come off too quick, it just doesn't have enough torque to carry itself out. We now have a 351. Everybody's been wanting us to get a 351. We've wanted one. Papa T has been after me for years now. Why don't we put a Windsor in one of these cars? And I'm going to use Windsor. I know a 302 is a Windsor, but I'm just going to use that whenever I'm talking about 351s. This is not your stock run-of-the-mill 351. This thing is a 393 stroker with aluminum Pro Comp heads.
210cc runner and a 60cc combustion
So-
out of stock mill.
Yeah, they've been ported by some guy in Kentucky.
Yeah, it wasn't Dwayne, it was somebody else.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, they've been
This thing
pouring.
got some massive ports.
This is a solid roller cam. This is a comp, like 620-ish lift. Got a nice harmonic balancer. Got a nice oil pan. Compression ratio, we don't really know. I'm unsure of the roller rockers that are under this thing. We'll probably pull it apart here in a minute and look. Y'all gonna ask, what did it come out of? What did it run prior to this? This came out of my buddy David Caesar's car, and on nitrous, this was a 5-second engine. I know it has been a best, I think, of 560, but with an automatic, of course, 2-speed power glide, and there was more left in it. Now, I will say that this was, I think, DSS level 20 block setup. We are going to try to run this thing in the poop coupe with the solid roller through exhaust and ease it around, drive it around a little bit. And yes, I'm familiar with solid rollers. We've had a few of them, and you know, we'll have to check lash on it every so often, but it's going to sound really good. It's actually very similar to Andrew's cam. Now he's got,
Except for mine's hydraulic.
yeah, but either way, same around lift. Yours is like a 620 something lift too, right?
It's a 600 with the 1.6. I'm gonna run 1.7.
But it's got probably more duration than this cam.
Yeah, it's got a.
This cam don't
I
have
think
a
it's
lot of duration.
229 at 50.
Oh, but damn. All right, here we go. Here's our setup. This is what we're looking at. Now I went ahead and threw the nitrous plate on there to let you guys know how serious this setup could be. Now, Caesar, I don't know exactly how much he was running on the car. Do you remember what he said shot wise?
300, 250.
250, 300. We are very capable of that shot and more with this nitrous setup that Ben hooked us up with. Okay, so the reason why I'm showing you this package right here is to show you that exactly what this engine was capable of in his car will be capable of in whatever we're putting it in. Now, with that being said, we don't have a transmission to hold this, okay? At least an automatic. We'll talk about that later. But check it out. We got Scorpion rockers. We got a nice brace up here. And there again, this is a solid roller cam, so you got your lash. All right, so what are we going to do with this thing? Well, it's going to see some track time, but it's probably going to be more of a street engine than you might think. That's really what we like to do here on the channel. So we want to hear this thing through some exhaust, right? We are going to get rid of the crank trigger stuff, and we're just going to go to a 351 EFI setup and run this thing off the Mega Squirt just like we have in the past. But this motor will be going in the Poop Coupe at some point. Now, I know we had talked about doing the 347 in the coupe, but this makes more sense because it's already here. So we'll do that. We did get headers to go with it, but I forgot to pick them up. And I think that's it. We got fender exit exhaust as well, but we're not gonna do all that.
Yes, we are. He just don't know it
Yeah,
yet.
Andrew wants to do them, of course, you know. But what you think, Andrew?
I think it's badass.
Yep. So David did tell me I was allowed to tell you guys what I paid for this, and that's the main reason why I think you're going to be excited about it. Okay. Now this is not a channel thing. I did not get a good deal on this motor because I have a channel and he's sponsoring me. It's not like that. David's a good friend of mine. He's been in the game for a while. We've all known each other. Guys, I picked this engine up just as you see. Exactly as you see. Well, other than the nitrous plate. Minus the headers for $2,500. $2,500. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this is because deals are out there. They can be found. Probably would never run across this type of deal again. But David's building a really big engine. He's building, I'm not gonna say what he's building. He's building a way bigger engine than this. And he was like, hey man, I'm not gonna use it. I'd like to see somebody buy this thing and put it to use. So he didn't want a lot for it anyway. He did cut me a little bit of a break. I don't know when we'll get this thing in the car. Probably sooner than later, knowing us. We did get our number, so by this point you guys have already known what the Poop Coupe ran. It ran at 801, 803, and 806. I think with this setup here, let's keep it realistic, okay? We're gonna have to put the TKX behind this. We'll run the T5 behind it for right now. Just have to be on street tires type deal, driving around, enjoy it. But it's gonna very quickly have to have the TKX at least behind it. I'm gonna give you a number, okay? I'm gonna give you a number that I'd like to see this motor run. And I feel like it would, no problem. I'd like for it to run 7.0 on motor with a stick shift car. I think it could be done pretty easily. Car should make enough power. If the damn Poop Coupe can go 780, 790, which it's not, but it's capable of it, with a bone stock motor, we should be able to get somewhere around 7.0s with this. I'd like, if I can drive it. This is an Eagle rotating assembly. If I'm not mistaken, this short block was bought from DSS. I know the block is at least a DSS level 20 or whatever they do is what this is. So the headers that he has are forward-facing headers for fender exits. From my understanding, you can flip those and run them as normal exhaust, but we may just get a set of long tubes at some point. I will tell you guys, we spent the majority of our budget on this right here, so we're kind of done for a while. I'm not going to be throwing money at this thing to get it in the car anytime soon. Like if I have to start throwing money at it, we're just going to have to hold off. But we will get it in here at some point. Yeah, this intake's definitely been worked. It's probably a, what was it, a hurricane or typhoon, whatever I don't know that, but I don't see any markings on it. So runners are huge.
There ain't even a hump in the side or the bottom of the head. Those heads in a 210cc, depending on how much they poured them, you never know. But you have to put them on a flow bench to find out. But they'll flow close to, if not right at 300 CFM. So at 600 lift.
Yeah.
So I mean, I feel like they're probably at least that or close to that.
Yeah. I can tell you this.
That's a lot of head.
I can tell you this. That's way bigger, at least exhaust ports.
For what we'll need it for.
Yeah.
Like it ain't like it's a Hemi head or nothing, but for what we need.
Yeah, for those exhaust ports right there, those are bigger than I think the 11Rs. Here's the deal. We know what the motor runs. We don't really have a number on motor. He did run it on motor one time, but it's got a nitrous converter in it, 2-speed power glide. The had no timing in it because the motor was timed for nitrous. It ran 740, okay, through a 2-speed power glide with no timing and a nitrous converter. So no doubt this thing will run 70690 on motor if it's set up to do it. So
yeah, it didn't have any timing pull from a 300, or he didn't add any timing back from a 300 shot tune-up. So that's like 12 degrees if you go safe.
Yeah, so all he did whenever he made his motor pass was literally just not spray the car. That was it. Didn't change any timing or anything. So, and I'm sure it's just set up to be locked out pretty much. So anyway, that's it, y'all. There's our new engine. I appreciate David for giving us a good deal on it, but this deal was also available to other people, by the way, not just myself. He had told a couple other people about it, and I was just the first one to make a move on it. So Andrew, he was upset with me, because if Andrew had been there the day that he said it, before I could have said I'll take it, Andrew would have already cashed at me money. So that's the way it goes, though.
You'll probably be sitting in my car already.
Yeah, it'd probably already be in there. Anyway, all right. Go ahead and wrap this one up, y'all. Stay tuned. We got a lot of big things planned for the channel. And as always, thanks for watching.